Oh, yeah, what? No, but like you said, I think you said this year only ours. It's only four. And it's the only. We ready over there? Mark, are you on again?
Yeah, I'm up. Yep, I am too. Oh, I gotta go to mute.
To order study session. The Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. This time we'll have roll call, please.
Please cast your vote for roll call. It's like Councilmember Jensen, it didn't record your vote. Thank you. 7 council members are present, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I just want to first thank everybody for attending today. Thank you, council. I know this kind of was a little last minute last week, but thought it was important to go over my goals for my upcoming term. Before we kind of get going, there's obviously a lot of thought, research and communication done on these. And I felt like, I asked you as council to provide your goals that I'll only be fair that your mayor does so as well. And so I was kind of taught from a young age, you kind of, if you're not willing to do the job of everybody in a business or at any sort of setting, that's always a good way to servant lead and start. So it's really what I wanted to do today. What I'd like to do is I passed out or beforehand a copy of just some backup for tonight's meeting. Just like to vote to receive that. We could do that, please. Please cast your vote to receive. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, let's make a motion. Councilman Yerger.
Make a motion to receive the document requested.
Thank you. Councilman Wegman.
And I will second that.
Okay. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0 to receive.
Thank you, council. Appreciate that. So to get started here, since my swearing in on December 8th, I have made it, first of all, a priority to reach out to our community, to you as council and staff, and set goals for my upcoming term. On January 16th, council completed a 4-hour retreat focusing on our comprehensive planning coming up, our UDC update, capital improvement plan, and street and 1-year, 6-year plan. I also gave council time to discuss their goals as well. So thank you, council. I really appreciate your efforts and your input during this process. It's also important to remember that accomplishing any of these objectives or any of these considerations require budget considerations, which we're going to be entering a 2-year budget cycle this year. And progress can be stalled by any possible amount of factors, as we've seen, from flooding to COVID and other things. So nevertheless, I feel like it's very important to look to the future as we work tirelessly towards making the necessary improvements to the city of Fremont. You can rest assured I have spent countless hours speaking to staff, department heads, and city employees seeking their valuable input. I have been impressed with the work ethic, dedication, and commitment shown by staff. Other items brought to my attention that I did not include in this list include animal control and sheltering services, major flood mitigation efforts, and COVID-19 vaccine distribution. Due to our recent contract with Forever Homes, current hiring of community service officers, and projects underway by our joint water management board, and also work done by Three Rivers Health and Fremont Methodist Health, I feel Fremont continues to make significant progress in these areas. Did not include them in the list below. With the overwhelming comments during my campaign, I tell you, I knocked on over 1,500 doors in this city in every ward and listened to their concerns. This is very important to me. Public comments I received in my first few weeks in office, which there were multiple requests in the utility bills to seek input, which I had received multiple emails from constituents in regards to their goals. Also now receiving council, your goals and objectives from our city council retreat. I believe these priorities and considerations represent the collective goals for us moving forward. Again, I look forward to working with the public, city council, all community stakeholders as we continue to grow Fremont together. So what I want to do tonight is I listed considerations. So really this is built on individual projects and detail in each of these different, I guess you could say, areas of the city that over the last few months, and again, during my campaign, as well as your goals, I developed. So it's important to know that all this is based on budget considerations. And again, I preface that we're going through a 2-year budget. And so again, this is for you as council as well to think about as we move forward. The first item would be public works, streets, flood, and drainage. So this is to make necessary improvements to our public infrastructure. So what considerations are involved under this topic? Number one is our street department building. I know I personally took a tour of that facility. Number one, our street department has done a tremendous job this year. They had 50 inches of snow. That's the most since 09, 010. Doing a great job clearing our streets. They need a new building. This has been budgeted. We just need to get going. This was budgeted by a prior council. So we need to get working on the street department building. Another consideration is I've heard a lot from constituents in regards to train noise and noise throughout City of Fremont. We obviously have lots of train crossings and noise and track going through City of Fremont. And so quiet zones would be a way, and it's been done by other cities to help reduce this noise. So this is obviously a big process, and we a consideration. Stormwater master plan. We all know that Fremont's flat, and we struggle with stormwater and what we do with it. So what we need to consider is a plan. Stormwater plan, get the engineering done to understand how we manage our stormwater better in the city of Fremont. Do we need detention on the in and out? Do we need, what do we really need? And that takes study and engineering to be done. Street repair inventory. I can tell you, I walked a lot of these streets and I hear a lot of time, let's get some of these street improvements done. Let's get these fixes to these streets. We need to make an inventory on what repairs we need to make in order, and we need to appropriate, if necessary, these necessary improvements to streets. That takes an inventory of our current infrastructure. That's something we need to consider, as well as work with public works grants in low to moderate income areas. So there are grants available when you're looking at these different areas in Fremont that we can work on to help improve on these areas. And so these are, again, based off of public works, streets, flood and drainage control. Based on the comments that I've heard, I think considerations that we need to make as a council, as a city moving forward. Moving on.
Mayor? I have a
Yes.
question.
Councilman Legman.
Just a quick question. We've already budgeted for that department, street department building.
Sure.
What is slowing the progress up on that, or where are they at? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but.
So Brian Newton, City Administrator, Dave Godigan, our Director of Public Works, is working on a internal plan for the building. I think they're just about done that with that. And so once that's done, they'll go out for an RFP to get the thing built. So I know the flood kind of put us behind, and then now COVID, but he's getting close. So hopefully this year we'll hit the streets and we'll get it done.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the next item. Quality of life. What does that mean? Expanding our trails, our parks, and recreational opportunities for our youth and families. That's one of the constant requests, is that we continue to expand on our amazing parks that we have in the city of Fremont. We are very, very blessed with a lot of parks. Kim did a fantastic job, especially with the city auditorium as well. And so we need to expand on that. And one of those is trails. And so one of the long-term plans for Parks and Rec is to complete our trail, which basically would mean 19th, Share the Road, and First Street. So that is a consideration that we need to take into play as we, again, connect these trails for Fremont. Another consideration would be, and something Norfolk has done, is a new skate park. I know, our current skate park is kind of run down. We would be able to do this with a grant. So I believe very little funding from the city of Fremont would be needed for this project. So Lottie, if you want to speak on that a little bit, give us some background?
Test, test.
There we go. Thank you very much. So the mayor mentioned City of Norfolk. City of Norfolk did do a new skate park with 80 community development block grant funding to make their skate park ADA accessible is how they access those funds. Reviewing their website, their project costs about $550,000 and this grant opportunity is $450,000. So we can see with minimal fiscal impact to the city of Fremont, we should be able to accomplish this. Of course, it is all dependent upon us getting the award, but Fremont has been very successful in the past in obtaining that type of funding. And so we are optimistic that we'll be able to do that for this project as well.
Thank you, Lottie.
Thank you.
And former council member Schaller started on this project, had a meeting out at Christensen, met with the group, had a lot of public input, and we also had the Masonic Home volunteer across on 23rd right there to put it in that Masonic Park right there on 23rd. So it'd be a really good location.
Thank you. And then finally, under consideration, one of my, I guess, last conversations with Kim, and I had a few of them during the campaign and then now as mayor. She mentioned this and the Ronan pool renovation. That pool is used a lot in our city. And so consideration for that area of town as well as that pool, I think would be a good consideration of a project we could do moving forward for Parks and Rec. Moving on, next item would be utilities. To continue to provide customers reliable, low-cost access to power, water, gas, and wastewater services. So what considerations can we do to accomplish this? Number one, SCADA two-way metering and remote disconnect. And really this is involved in modernization of our utility system. So Troy, can you come up and just talk a little bit more, please? And also as well as prepay metering and the benefits that would provide to Fremont.
Troy Shaven, Assistant City Administrator, Utility. So right now the utility is in the process of doing SCADA upgrades to all of our substations. SCADA is system control and data acquisition. It basically allows you to see real-time data from what's going on at your substations, see it from the power plant, so you can have a better understanding of what your system does and at what times when your peaks are, where your largest loads are coming from. Once that backbone is in, we can do a SCADA for to the home, which is basically we can see real time for large customers, and for residential users, we'd be able to see real time what people are using during the day. So we could see water peaks, electric peaks, exactly what time those are, possibly adjust the system to upgrade for those times. The other thing it will allow us to do is for our turnoffs right now, we use probably 4 employees right now, spend 6 days a month physically going out and shutting off for non-pays. What the SCADA would do is it would allow us to shut someone off from down here, not have to send somebody out to do that. It would allow us to do that after hours. Right now, we charge actual cost to send somebody out to go do a shut off. That's $55. It would lower the shut off fee for non-pays. Probably could lower it to $20 or less than that. So it would help out the customers that are non-pays. The majority of the shutoffs that we have come from the same roughly 30% of customers on a month-to-month basis. So what we would do is in exchange for putting one of those meters on somebody's house, we would offer to maybe waive a turn on fee, and then it will allow us access to or do a remote turn on from that point on. The pay as you go is literally what it sounds like. It's a reader at the meter. A lot of our lower income customers have $30 on a week-to-week basis, have $25. Unfortunately, they don't save that and then have the 120 that they need for their utility bill at the end of the month. So it would allow them to pay what they could while they could. And then when that meter ran out, it would basically shut off and they would be able to go out and swipe a card and it would turn the meter back on. Again, it would eliminate the need for our people to have to go out in the field and do shut offs and would save our customers, the costs associated with doing that.
Thank you, Troy. Thank you. Moving on, so what else do we need to do in utilities? I think we saw during this current temperature decrease that we had, the importance to increase our natural gas pipeline capacity with Northern. I think, first of all, our staff has done a great job securing that. But as we found out, you can never really have enough, especially when we get in those cold winter months that we had. So, well, that's a continued consideration, as well as we found out the importance of owning our own utility and the advantages that that provided to Fremont over that week. And one of those is our power plant. And so, again, the over 50 employees out there was critical for us to not have rolling blackouts. I think the public saw the importance of our power plant and during that process. And so continued investment into keeping that plant running strong, I think is a good decision for Fremont. Moving on, next would be housing. Work with community partners to add additional housing needed for our expanding workforce, develop programs to help rehabilitate existing neighborhoods. Well, I think what we've seen and what I've heard from a lot of constituents is that we have a lot of development going on. This is good. We have a housing shortage. There's no doubt about it. And our recent study is indicating we need even more. So we have developments going on that are putting units in right now. So I think a consideration for us moving forward is looking at how we continue to invest and rehabilitate existing neighborhoods. I think that's a good idea to look at. So Lottie, can you come up, please, and explain the CDBG rehabilitation program, what we did in the past? How could that be beneficial in the
Absolutely.
future?
Thank you, Mayor. Lottie Mitchell, Grant Coordinator. Yes, we have obtained community development block grants in the past for rehabilitation of existing housing units. This program can provide up to $25,000 per household unit to rehabilitate it. That can mean new roofing, new heating and air, new porch, whatever the house may need to bring it up to standards. In the past, some of our programs have been repayable programs, and we found it difficult to find the house that was in the type of condition that would qualify for the program and where the homeowner could afford to repay the loan. And so moving forward, we would propose to have a completely forgivable program because this program caps out at 80% of the area median income to qualify for the rehabilitation loans. So future applications would be for total forgiveness for this type, but we feel it would provide great benefit to rehabilitate the existing housing stock.
Thank you very much, Lottie. Next is, I think we all understand how tough it is in regards to infill development in Fremont. And I think we need to consider loosening the standards to where we can add in complementary housing to our locations. Right now, to rebuild a home, the restrictions in our UDC are difficult. And so, Jennifer, can you speak just a tad bit on that, please?
Yeah, the UDC does have restrictions with setbacks, lot area, building coverage, impervious coverage that makes it difficult to rebuild in some of our existing areas. We did add language that would allow somebody to apply for a conditional use permit to expand a non-standard use. But you've got the fee for that. You go through a whole process with the Planning Commission and City Council. So as we move forward with the update of the UDC, a goal that I would have would be to develop language so that in our older existing neighborhoods, those lots could be redeveloped basically with the size of house that they have now. As you drive through our older neighborhoods, there's a lot of small houses there that, as they could be rehabilitated or rebuilt, provide a really good solid housing stock for our community.
Perfect, thank you. Then finally, under this item would be to partner with NENAD to develop a land bank to donate and condemn derelict homes. Brian, can you speak please to this item?
Yeah, this is a new legislative bill that passed at the last session. Omaha has had a land bank for 3 or 4 years. This bill allowed cities of first class to, and second class to have land banks. We propose, and Norfolk and Columbus and Fremont have been meeting with NENAD. We propose that we form kind of a consortium. That way we can afford to hire a director to help us go through these steps that we can take to start creating a land bank. Unfortunately, when the legislation was passed, they handcuffed us. We can't use any tax money to benefit this program. And so we're going to have to go out and get donations to help us acquire the property, and then either condemn the house, bulldoze it off, and then sell the lot and hopefully generate some of the money back. But and maybe some of the landowners would donate some of their houses that are dilapidated or something. And so it's a start. It's not perfect, but it's a start.
Very good. The next item would be growth and development. So I can't tell you how many conversations I had with constituents say, hey, we want more retail, shopping, and restaurants, right? That our community desires. So obviously that's a goal, but we need to also bring quality jobs and wage growth to our community. Continue to revitalize downtown and give a commitment to complete development of the Fremont Business Park. So what considerations do we need to look at moving forward? I think number one, as our tech park continues to sell and grow, which we're seeing record amount of interest in the tech park. We had Nelson Business Park as well as Morningside that have sold. And now we have the tech park. We need to consider purchasing property for city development, future property. So I would, again, challenge us to look at what that looks like moving forward. The second, when we looking at LB 840, right? So again, this was 2014, the voters, they approved the plan for LB 840, very clear. They want us to help attract jobs, retain businesses that are here, and bring, increase our economic growth for Fremont. So again, I think we've done a good job of that. I think what GFDC had, said in 2020, we had $1.5 billion of investment and 2,000 jobs. It's going, we've been doing a good job of that. I think what LB 840, it is gap financing. So it is gap. It's not the main source of funding. So it's gap. And as we know, they have to go through the LORT, the CART before it gets here. So what we need to consider, I think, is we're going to try to attract the restaurants and shopping our community wants, as we do need to look at promoting LB 840 to more small businesses. And how we do that, it's hard. If you're going to have a $5,000 loan, you got to go through 2 committees, that's, it's a lot for that. But I think if they are aware of it, and, we do LB 840 on a first come, first serve. So you fill out an application, goes through the process, gets to you all, vote, and so forth. So when we look at promoting it to small businesses, I think it's just awareness, just getting that word out, as well as looking at the criteria to reward higher to medium income. So, we have a lot of the 20-hour jobs, or $20 an hour jobs. That's great. That's perfect. I mean, we need those jobs, but we also need to continue to promote, reward higher to median income jobs in the future. So those are considerations. And then finally, there's also a USDA revolving loan fund that we can access to help. And Brian, can you please speak on this?
Sure. It's a USDA program. It's $300,000. So it's not a huge amount of money. We have to put in, I think, 60,000. So it's a 60,000 city, 240,000 USDA. You build infrastructure, you build something to a nonprofit or a for-profit that needs infrastructure, possibly Compound Holdings. Maybe we can use it to build the infrastructure to get water and sewer out there. Once you've done that, as they repay that loan, so it's a $300,000, 0% interest loan. Once they repay that, that money comes straight back to the city. It's a revolving loan fund from then on. We can set our own rules, our own parameters, and we can revolve that loan back and forth. Again, it's our money then from then on.
Very good. Thank you. So I think those, again, are considerations for us when we look at growth and development in the future. Next item would be police and fire. So we need to continue to build on the strong community support for our police and fire departments. And when you look at our joint law enforcement center, obviously the voters, they spoke and they said they didn't want what we presented in the last go around. So right now we're looking at options. I tell you, our needs did not go away. When you look at that building, we've all been through it. We need to do something with our police department. We need to. So moving forward, I know we're in the process of looking at a study to see if we could keep it in its current location. Is it going to work in a different location, and getting all the numbers together? So again, we can look at bringing something either back to the public or, working together as a body here to get this done. So our need did not go away there. Next, again, would be our fire department, and they're going through a strategic plan. I think we need to take their considerations into play as we look at the future of our fire department. And then finally is our Key Memorial Library expansion. So if you look back in 2018, the voters overwhelmingly passed a $2 million bond toward the future library expansion. So this project is important to Fremonters, and it's important. It should be important to us to get done and complete. This project, if you look at it, they're embracing technology. They're creating opportunities for engagement and collaboration. And so really our library is already an amazing library for Fremont. It will continue to be, but after this expansion, it will be a leader. We will be a leading library, not just in the state, but in the country. So, and the amount of what services they are doing, it's going to be extremely beneficial for Fremont today and the future. And again, that's something that we need to complete. So again, in the end, I want to reiterate, how I laid this out is I wanted to give you council considerations, and this to be as detailed as I could, not only looking at the needs in our community from not necessarily my thoughts, but your thoughts from the community's engagement process, and all the comments that we've heard. So that's why I believe that these are the collective goals for the city of Fremont. And again, considerations, are we going to be able to do everything? There's budget considerations. There's things we're going to have to work through. But I thought it only fair that, we kind of have a roadmap and some specifics and things to look at for the future. So again, I thank you for the faith you put in me as your mayor. And I look forward to working with you and Fremont as we continue to help our city be the best place to live, work, and raise a family. So thanks for your time. I would take a motion to adjourn the special city council meeting. Councilman Jensen.
I will make the motion to adjourn.
Councilman Legban.
I'll second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0 to adjourn, Mayor.
Special city council meeting is adjourned. Before we begin the Board of Equalization meeting, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now call the Board of Equalization meeting of March 9th to order. The time is now 7:03. Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. This time we'll have roll call.
Eight council members present, Mayor.
Thank you. First item is public hearing. Hold public hearing and consider complete cost and schedule of assessments for Business Improvement District number 1. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor and council, the city council approved back in 2016 in November, ordinance 5388. That ordinance created Business Improvement District number 1. The district was created for 5 purposes: for the downtown retention and recruitment, downtown beautification, implementation and maintenance, and promotion and marketing. In that ordinance, it allowed for the collection of $48,195.62 per year. And it does that by charging the council to basically levy an assessment using the real estate values of those properties on a scale. And tonight, our task is to look at exemptions that we have received from business owners in that area and consider them based upon the method of assessment outlined in the ordinance. You can find that on the staff report. 10-710 provides the kind of the roadmap for how to consider these assessments. And so you'd want to consider that when looking at those. We've got definitions of what a single family is, because that weighs heavily in the method of assessment. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Tyler. Any questions for staff?
Mayor, I just want to
Yes.
point out, remember, there's only 3 things that you can use to exempt. And it's found in, and Tyler said in the staff report, properties that are owner occupied residential. Owner occupied residential. They live there, they have a business, but it's owner occupied residential. So if it's a multi-use, if they have a business in the first floor, they live in the second floor, that would be a owner occupied residential. They'd be 50% exempt because the upstairs is owner occupied residential. Does that make sense? And so we get a few applications like that. Okay. Second one, tenant occupied single family residential. So if you own a home, it's a residential home and it's a lease, you lease it to somebody that's tenant occupied, they also are exempt. Because we've said in our plan that tenant occupied single family residential. Now it's got to be a home, can't be anything else. You're going to have one tonight for Shiloh Center. The Shiloh is right here on Military. That is a single family resident. It's tenant occupied. They live there, they reside there. They have not put in an application before. They have this year. I don't know why they haven't in the past, but they did this year. And so we're suggesting that would be exempt. And the last one is properties exempt from the ad valorem taxes. So that would be your county, churches, any nonprofits, anything that are exempt from property taxes.
Federal buildings, post office.
Federal buildings,
county
post
building.
offices. Does that make sense? Those are the only 3 reasons in our plan that you can exempt properties from paying the BID tax. Okay, just make sure that's very clear. There's always confusion about, and this was adopted by the council back when we adopted the BID 5 years ago, 4.5 years ago. Okay.
Jody Sanders is on.
Just a minute. That's a lot of talk. Now she can go.
Good evening, Mayor. I was just making sure everybody knew I was on for Tyler to, as we go through, make these suggestions. I'm doing the calculations for him.
So I'll add that as we're going through this, there's this step, and then there's another step later on the agenda where the city council would consider, given the action taken at this point, the approval of the levy later in the meeting. And so it's going to be a number where, you know, Jody's calculating that number. She's going to create a spreadsheet, which would be exhibit A to that later item. And then the city council would consider that resolution with that exhibit A, and that's what would be recorded, and that would be the assessment.
So here's how it works. They collect annually. They attempt to collect $47,000. That's their budget. No more, no less. Okay. Every time you exempt a property, that takes that valuation out of the formula. And so once their valuation comes out, then it gets spread, that 47,000 gets spread to the left, the rest of the property that's left in the district. Does that make sense? And so as you make motions and you exempt them, Jody goes into that particular property in the spreadsheet. She exempts it. That way it won't charge them tax. Okay. And when you're all done, she'll print that spreadsheet and she'll say, here's how the 47,000 is divided amongst these properties. When you adopt that levy, it's set for the entire year. That levy never changes. Okay. Now, what happens typically is people don't always pay that. So even though they budget 47,000, they may only collect 43,000, 44,000, something like that. People just don't pay. When they don't pay, Tyler then assesses that against the real estate. Okay. And they can't clear the real estate until they pay that assessment, or they sell the property and it gets paid. Does that make sense? So once we assess it, it's assessed against the property.
Can I add something?
Sure,
So once
please.
the council approves this, I assess all of the properties, and then as they pay, I do banks of releases on kind of a monthly basis. If someone is doing something with the property like a sale, I will, you know, make a special release on an individual item. But that, you know, the first one is the largest, obviously. I'm releasing probably, you know, 100 properties or something like that. So
Everybody clear, kind of, because a couple of you new members probably have no idea what the heck the BID does, how this all works. And so we're trying to explain why you're tonight exempting certain properties.
Thank you. Any questions for staff before we open up the public hearing? This time we'll open up the public hearing. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm Larry Marvin of 635 North Main Street, and I've been a property taxpayer at that property for 45 years. So I support the BID, but I have some questions I want to share with you to keep your eyes open for all of us, because I want this BID to benefit all of us businesses downtown, not just the board of directors or whoever, you know, with special interest. So I went to a couple of the meetings this past year, and during the discussions then, they were talking to refurbishing the parking signs for the parking lots that we had. And I asked them if they had checked with Imprint to see what they would charge for that. And nobody knew Imprint. And they've been my neighbor for a good many years. So our representation tells me they don't know who we are. And so I want it, when we spend money, I want it to be shared and we get bids on it and price it and see that it's fair. Number two is our board said that it had one board member said he had a advertising contract and he was only using about 40% of it. So he suggested that the BID buy that other part of the contract, and so they verbally did. There were I didn't see any paper transaction of this is what you're going to get for it, and you just pay for 1 month or 3 months and then that's it, or if it's supposed to be going ongoing. So I kind of thought there might be a conflict of interest there, that they're not handling business the way I think it should be. Number three, Molly from the Imprint, she was wondering if the city could put a couple parking stalls on the north side of their building there, right along Military. And then she was wondering, well, if the city can't do it, maybe they can do it themselves. And so I thought that would be something the BID would be interested in. And they said they don't have any power like that. And I guess they don't have any influence with you guys. So one member said, well, check with your council members. So I have 2 members here and the rest of you have members that have businesses downtown. But right on the north end of my half block, we could put 4 stalls, and then right across the street, across Main Street on the east side, we could put 4 more. So when you have a little project going on and you could put 8 parking stalls back in, we'd appreciate that, because about 20 or 30 years ago, you confiscated all of my parking along Military. We used to have parking on both sides of Military, and by your dictatorship, you just confiscated that. And then what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to go without. And it's hard having tenants because the tenants need customer parking. And so I want to suggest to you that if you have a few $1,000s, that you can put in a few parking stalls as time goes. And then I think Brian Newton said, well, that's dangerous, you know. Well, if you come off of the Broad Street Viaduct, it says 25 mile an hour. So Highway 77 through the downtown business district is 25 miles until you get past Keene Library, then it's 35. And when you're coming from the north on Broad Street or Highway 77, you get to the corner of Keene Library there on the north side, and it's 25 until you get going up the viaduct. So the federal highway is 25. And tonight, when I was walking over here, I think the traffic was going 45, and one pickup had his afterburners running. I think he was going 55 or 65. And he was going to keep it on until he got down here to Clarkson Avenue. And he was just really kicking it. And so our part of the traffic might be dangerous for parking, but you know, it should be 25, just like it is on the Federal Highway 77. So our avenue. And I try to keep my eyes open, and I don't even see speed limit signs from the F Street or wherever the dry cleaners is down here to Salem Lutheran Church. I don't think I see any speed limits of 25 mile an hour. And so that was another thing. And then 4, yeah, I include that in 4. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. So this point, we'll take comments from the Board of Equalization. I guess how I would imagine doing this is that we go through and take off properties that we want to further discuss, kind of like the consent agenda. And then we'll approve the others, and then we'll discuss, yeah.
I should have asked you to receive this earlier. I spoke with Councilmember Yerger on Friday, and I put in there the request from 2020 so that you can kind of have an idea what they requested last year versus this year. I failed to include whether or not the city council took action on approving those. And so I have a spreadsheet that we could hand out that kind of identifies whether or not the city council granted an exception in the prior year for a given property. So I would ask the city council take action to receive this into the record.
Vote to receive, we need a Councilman Jensen.
You need a motion to receive?
Yes.
So moved.
Councilman Yerger,
Second.
cast your votes to receive.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor. So on this spreadsheet, you can see there in the 2020 request column that, for example, this first property, it asked for a 1.0 or 100% exemption in 2020, and they're asking for that same exemption in 2021. And the yes indicates that in 2020, the city council did authorize the exemption as requested. You can see the very first one there that says NA or not applicable. They did not submit a request last year, and they are submitting a request this year. Thus, that's why, you know, there's not really any information to glean from the prior year. Going down to the yellow area, you can see that there is one where this would be for the Cornerstone design. They had requested 0.75 or 75% exemption last year. The city council granted a 50% exemption, and then this year they are requesting an 80% exemption. And so those are the two big categories. If you flip the sheet over, there's a green area and then there's a purple area. The green area, that is a property that was private. Well, it's still private. Now it's part of a church. And so that is going to be exempted because it's changed categories. But that's included in the backup and wanted to bring that to your attention. And then this last item, it looks like a single family house. And so it would likely receive an exemption, but I did receive the form late. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention. There's not any kind of statutory deadline associated with the deadline that I put in the letter, but I just wanted to kind of provide that as an outlier. So be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Tyler. So is there any questions for Tyler on this sheet before we kind of begin going through this? Okay, I would then ask council, are there any properties on the lists from this received document that you want further discussion on? Councilman Yerger.
The only question I had, there's a couple of new ones in the blue zone, but I think they're pretty self-evident. But one of the ones that's in the blue zone has to do with the Shiloh property at 114 military. And I would like to have some discussion at least on that one in the blue zone.
Yeah, and I talked about that just briefly. Yeah.
Right. And I understand their daycare and I understand they're not 501c certified in that regard. And they've offered in their comments even, we may not qualify, but we're asking anyway. Seems like this is probably a hardship requirement kind of a thing that we can certainly take up and consider. That's why I'm asking for, if we're taking all the blues at the same time, I would at least like to handle that one separately.
Yeah, I called them today and just asked them because I thought they were just daycare only, didn't realize they had tenants that actually stayed there. And they do, they have tenants that spend the night there. They lease them space, rooms, just as any boarding house would, so.
Okay. Yes, any items, if we want to just take these color by color. We'll do, is there any items in the blue up for further discussion on their request for an exemption?
Mayor, if I could bring kind of the council's attention to the MDI limited partnership property. You know, you look at a lot of these and a lot of them look like single family houses. The MDI limited partnership property, that is the Powerhouse Apartments. And so on their application, I believe it listed that, you know, it's the low income folks who live there, but it not being a single family property, I think it might be one that the city council wants to want to take a closer look at.
Yeah, we've not granted that ever
Yeah,
before.
it had not been granted previously.
You know, it's not owner occupied. It's not a single family residential property. It just doesn't qualify. And that's what previous council.
So it doesn't qualify
Does
under
not
the standards,
qualify.
but they ask for one.
They've
Correct.
asked for it, but they do, I think they do every year.
Okay. And then you said the Shiloh Center under those guidelines does qualify
I believe they qualified as tenant owned residential property,
for the
tenant
exemption.
occupied residential property.
Okay. Okay, I would then, is there any other items in the blue, request for single family exemption from council? If there's none, I would take a motion to approve the request for single family exemption. Councilman Jensen.
I just wanted to ask to make sure I'm clear. Did we pull that MDI album? That is off for consideration by itself, right?
Yes, we need to consider that by itself.
All right.
So yes, good, we would be
That is,
approving, yeah.
Considering all of them.
Except Shiloh and the MDI
Well, Shiloh is,
or Councilman.
you
Yerger
said
thought we wanted
Shiloh
to pull
approved,
that.
Councilman, okay. Yeah. Okay, yes, all of those except those two would be the motion.
I'll make that motion.
Councilman Legban,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
One moment. Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, now, first we'll do the MDI Limited Partnership. They, again, requested an exemption, and based on the guidelines, the recommendation is to not give them the exemption. Is there any discussion in regards to that? Councilman Gibson?
We'll hit your mic there.
Oh,
There you go. Nope. Now you went off again.
Yep.
There you go.
Oh, that, okay. I was just interested in what that MDI limited partnership.
That's the Powerhouse Apartments right over the
Oh,
old.
the power, okay.
Yep.
That's it. Thank you.
Seeing, is there any other comments? Councilman Legban?
As much as I would like to grant it, if they don't qualify in anything, then it's hard to justify giving them a exemption.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead, Tyler.
So when it comes to these items, I mean, there might be an incongruity, the rentals, one's a single family, one's an apartment building, but that'll be something probably to take into consideration when, and if you want to extend this out, when you do the new law, basically extending this to say, to think about, is a rental, should they all be in or all be out? But that would be something to consider probably at that time when you relook at for the next go around, if there is a next go around, so.
Okay, this current assessment is under the current law right now. Okay. If there's no other comments, I would take a motion to not grant MDI Limited Partnership number 36 a exemption. Councilman Coons,
I'll make a motion to deny.
Councilwoman Ganem,
I would second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Now moving on to the next property, Shiloh Center LLC. Any comments from Councilman Gibson?
It's, they do have overnight residents there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that was my only question, so.
Okay. Councilman Yerger?
In light of explanation that's been presented tonight about the occupancy of the facility, even though I was the one that pulled this off for discussion, I'm fine, would recommend approval of the request for exemption.
Councilman Legban?
If that was a motion, I will second that.
All right, ready, Tyler? Okay, cast your votes to approve exemption.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Thank you. Now moving on to requests for mixed use exemption, the yellow category. Are there any properties to be taken off by council for further discussion? Councilman Yerger?
I think the council needs to have discussion on the 310 East Military, the Victoria Charter exemption request, the 320 East 4th, the 84 West 6th, and the 641, 647 North Broad Street. Would all seem to be deserving of discussion.
Thank you. From staff, are there any items?
No, he got it.
Okay. Any other items from council? Seeing none, I would take a motion to approve mixed use exemption in the yellow category of all properties other than 310 East Military, 320 East 4th, 84 West 6th, and 641 to 647 North Broad.
Mayor, could I add one?
Yeah, that
It's-
charter one. Remember, you have the charter, Victoria Charter, no address. There should be an address.
Oh,
It's an empty lot, and so.
Oh, that's
there's
the empty
not-
lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
yes, I'll read it again. So this again would be the vote to approve properties for mixed use exemptions other than 310 East Military, property owned by Victoria Charter, 320 East 4th, 84 West 6th, and 641 to 647 North Broad. Councilman Gibson,
I will make that motion.
Councilman Legban,
And I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Just for clarity, that's for the values that they requested because they didn't all request 100% exemption. It's whatever they requested.
That's correct, yes. So the first property to discuss would be the 310 East Military.
And staff would recommend you just do the same thing you did last year, 50%.
Any comments from council on 310 East Military? Councilman Yerger.
And I agree with staff's assessment. I think in this regard, last year they asked at 70, we gave 50, they asked for 80. I'm fine with 50. I didn't see anything in the documentation that would explain the increase. If there had been something, we might have been for consideration, but other than for the request itself, I didn't see anything.
Any other comments from council? Seeing none, I would take a motion to approve a 50% exemption for 310 East Military. Councilman Jensen,
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve the 50% exemption for 310 East Military.
Councilman Yerger,
Second the motion.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Next property would be the property owned by Victoria Charter, which is an empty lot.
Empty lot doesn't qualify.
Staff's recommending it does not qualify. Request is a 95% exemption. Are there any comments from council? Councilman Yerger,
And no comments. I would agree with staff and recommend a denial of the exemption request.
Councilman Sukram,
Second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay. Next property would be 320 East 4th. Councilman Sukram,
Nope, sorry.
property is requesting a full exemption. Any comments from council?
I'm trying to look at the picture here and see exactly what it looks like.
They had written in that it was for personal storage maybe, or.
Yeah, I think it's personal. He thinks it's personal storage. Again, it's not residential. It's not owner occupied residential. It's not tenant occupied residential. I mean, the key is it's got to be residential. I don't believe it's residential.
Any questions for staff or comments from council? Staff recommends that it's not to deny the request? Councilman Legban,
I make a motion to deny since staff recommends denial.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Next property is 84 West Sixth. Any comments from staff on this property? Or council? Councilman Sukram?
Nope, I'm sorry.
I suspect, I'm pretty sure he's remodeled the upstairs. I'm sure that's why he put 50% businesses downstairs. He's got owner, maybe owner occupied property up above, or he's got tenant residential. I mean, this is a tough one because it's technically, it can only be owner occupied because he can't have, it's not residential. You can look at the picture. It's certainly commercial business. It's not residential. So he can't have tenant occupied business. You can't, I'm sorry. So, and I guess we didn't call Brendan or anything, and maybe Glenn knows. I don't know if it's owner occupied up there or not. I don't believe it is either. So I would suggest that we say 0.
Any other comments from council? Regards to 84 West Sixth. Councilman Gibson,
I'd make motion to deny.
Councilwoman Gannon, all right. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Next property is 641 to 647 North Broad.
We called, this is, if you're familiar, this is Zestos, and the building right behind Zestos is a brand new owner. We called and chatted with him today. They really had no idea what the heck a BID was or anything about the exemption. And so at the end of it, as you recall, at the coin shop in Senator or Congressman Fortenberry's office in the first floor. So that's certainly not eligible. He did say the second floor is 9 apartments. He has family currently living there. And so we kind of agreed probably 50%, 50-50 would probably be applicable because he has family living in the upstairs. So.
Councilman Yurger.
I'm sorry, could you fill me in again as to how many apartments are upstairs and how many are being occupied by family versus just being occupied by tenants?
He said he has no tenants and they're all family living up there in 9 apartments.
In all of the 9 apartments?
That's what he said. You know, we take these requests and we take them on face value. We're not the police. We don't go out and verify these. We just take their word for it. So.
Any other comments from council in regards to this property? Councilman Jensen.
If there's no further discussion, I will make the motion to approve this at 50% at 0.5.
Councilman Legban,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, there's 2 other properties, the green and the purple. Is there?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I think the green, we probably don't need to take any action on. It's
Okay.
a church property, and so that it's automatically exempt.
Okay,
I would recommend on the purple one, depending upon, the late status, I would recommend approving it
okay.
on time.
It's clearly a home.
I would, based on staff recommendation, if there's no other discussion, take a motion to approve exemption for 315 East Fourth. Councilwoman Ganem,
So moved.
Councilman Legban,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Is there any other things we need to discuss in regards to this?
So I would just say that Jody Sanders, I hope you got that for us, and we'll be addressing that item later, first item on the new business. So
Kudos to Tyler for good note taking.
I have it, Tyler.
Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to adjourn the.
I'll make the motion to
Board of
adjourn the
Equalization.
Board of Equalization.
we have Councilman Yerger was on before that, so.
I did had one other statement to make with regards to this before we would take adjournment. We can do it here just as a matter of note, or we can do it later when we approve the actual calculations that Jody's working on. But my concern is this. Last year, after we went through this at Board of Adjustment, there were some additional applications for exemption that trickled in after the fact, and we had already approved. I assert that's not proper. It's just like if you missed your homestead exemption, the clerk doesn't say, oh, okay, I'll take it. We had an opportunity to file. And when we don't have an opportunity appropriately to appropriately collect by virtue of our actions, I think we should entertain nothing beyond what we looked at tonight as a matter of going down the road in the days and weeks to come. And we did that last year, and we probably shouldn't have. Just a comment for the council to think about when we approve item 22. I think it's on the agenda.
And you're absolutely right. In fact, the state statute says that if they have a dispute or if they want a adjustment, they have to go to district court to get that done. So we cannot, as you suggested, we cannot amend this again. The levy is set.
Thank you. Councilman Jensen had a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? Councilman Gibson,
I will second that.
cast your votes to adjourn the Board of Equalization meeting.
motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Board of Equalization meeting is adjourned. We'll now open the city council regular meeting of, again, this is March 9th. Time is now 7:40. Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. We'll now do roll call.
Please cast your vote for roll call. 8 council members are present, Mayor.
Thank you. Next item is mayor's comments. You've already heard me enough tonight. I just have a couple of short items. Just want to congratulate the women's basketball teams. We had Bergen High School was third place. Fremont High School got to the state finals. Just came up a little bit short, had a great year. We're runner-up, so congratulations to all spring sport athletes, not just basketball, those in wrestling and swimming and other sports as well. Again, thankful for the warm weather. We've been battling flooding over the past month. Happy over the last week to see that recede, the ice melt. And so I know folks down by the river are very, very happy to see that happen. So I also just want to mention the vaccine. So again, we're Fremont Health, as well as Fremont, Three Rivers are distributing the vaccine. Go to vaccinate.ne.gov and get signed up. I think they're going to be working through the phases. And so just wanted to mention that as well. That concludes my comments. Item number 1, motion to adopt current agenda for the March 9th, 2021 regular meeting. Is there any changes to the agenda from council? Councilman Yerger.
I'd like to see item 32, the executive session, move to the last item on the agenda. And I'd like to see item 21 moved up ahead of item 16.
ahead of 16.
Yes.
There are any other items? Seeing none, I would take a motion to approve the agenda, moving 21 ahead of 16 and moving 32 to the last item on the agenda. Councilman Yerger,
Yes, I'll move the amended agenda.
Councilman
I'll
Jensen,
second that. I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Now we need a motion to approve the amended agenda. A final agenda, correct? Councilman Jensen,
I will make the motion to approve the amended final agenda.
Councilman Yerger,
Second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on to the consent agenda. All items in the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda by council, staff, or the public? Councilman Yerger.
A couple of questions for Jody on item 2 claims and would like to clarify item 6.
Can you take 11 off also, please?
11, okay. Any other items?
I have a correction for the minutes.
Okay, correction for the
That's
minutes.
number 4.
Number 4. Any other items from council? Any items from the public?
I'd like a chance to have some discussion and a thank you for number 5 for the Chamber of Commerce. And also some discussion and a thank you to Main Street. And that would be item number 9.
There's no other items. I would take a motion to approve consent agenda items 3, 7, 8, and 10. Councilman Gibson,
I would make that motion.
Councilman Jensen,
I'll second.
ready? Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 2, motion to approve February 24, 2021 through March 9th, 2021 claims and authorized checks to be drawn on proper accounts. This time we'll have staff report. Jody.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Jody Sanders, Director of Finance. I have the claims presented for council's approval. I'll take any questions.
Councilman Yerger.
And I may be the only one with questions. And I had sent you 2 or 3 questions this afternoon, Jody, and I didn't see whether or not you'd had an opportunity to respond to those questions. And if you have, I'd entertain a response that normally goes to all council for any of those items that you've had a chance to look into. The other thing that I would just note, this is really for clarity for the public, because I know they've been watching for some time what's going on in our payments. And so you can help me clarify, but my understanding from what I asked you earlier in the week, the payments to Dodge County Humane Society are in arrears and therefore the month of February. And Forever Homes contract was also valid, and that constitutes the claim for sheltering expenses for the month of February. And there were no charges for animal control by Forever Home that were paid in the month of claims at this point. I assume that's all accurate with regards to what you told me, Jody.
Yes.
And then if you have any answers for those other 3 items, that'd be great.
Yes, I did respond at 4:30 this afternoon. So the question was asked on body basics. It would be probably the first set of the, how do I want to say it? I'll find it on the agenda for you quick.
Yeah, it was about just under $6,000 as I recall.
Right, it's $5,979. It's on page 154 of your agenda. And that was for the purchase of 2 pieces of a fitness equipment for the police department for their workout facilities.
Thank you.
Then the next question was related to TIF payments. So that would be right in the kind of the heart of the claims. I'll get to the page here.
That was for the Gretna Bank, as I recall. They weren't large amounts. I just wasn't sure how the Gretna Bank got involved.
Well, they are the bondholders for the Jaeger the Jaeger Retail Group.
Okay.
That would be for like where the Buffalo Wild Wings is, and then for where the hospital's urgent care is. For those 2 parts of that project, and Pinnacle Bank Gretna is the bondholder for that.
Thank you.
And then the last one was related to the rawhide chem oil and the purchase of the propane during, this was all purchased. You noted the dates were the same, but the dates are actually the check date.
Okay.
So when you go down the
So it's
list of claims, they all have the same date.
Extreme cold weather that we had just to keep the supply going, but they weren't actually purchases all made on the same day. That was my question. That was my question.
They were made within days of each other, I believe.
Well, because of the cold week that we had, I understand.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments from council on that? Any comments from the public? Claims? Seeing none, any comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
I make a motion to approve the February 24th, 2021, March 9th claims.
Councilman Ligban?
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on, item 4, dispense with and approve February 23, 2021 City Council meeting and Community Development Agency minutes. This time we'll have staff report, Tyler.
Mayor and council, council member Jensen brought to my attention on item 12. He abstained from the 2 votes on that item. That was the resolution 2021-025 conditional use permit for the Forever Home. And so I would ask the city council amend that and then approve the minutes as amended.
Councilman Jensen?
I'll make a motion to amend that vote to
Councilman Yerger?
I just want clarity on what we're introducing. I think Tyler, you sent out amended minutes for the packet material between Wednesday and Friday. So what we're approving is your Friday version, or we're making amendments to the Friday version?
So yeah, we're making amendments to the Friday version. There was an item council member Yerger had that I updated. Can you refresh my memory? That was to correct a motion. I had initially removed an entire whereas in the other DCHS or Forever Homes item, and it was a change. No, it was the.
Do you have
It was the-
document,
it
do you
was
have,
the
do you have a
building.
write-up of what amendment, what the minutes for item 12 are actually going to state? Because I did call on this item as well. These were my original amendments that were either voted on, approved, or denied. And I want to make sure and be clear as to what the language is for the documentation for item 12. So do you have that in writing?
So item 12, the motion was, whereas the city council has determined that for this application, it is acceptable to reduce the setback required from residential property to 125 feet. That was the amendment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and so that language stands in what we're approving.
That language stands.
And then what was the other one?
So there was an item, that was the item. So
Okay.
originally, when I had taken my notes, there was a question about items 1 and 2, and then the last whereas. Instead of amending the last whereas, I thought we deleted the last whereas, and so that's the
Okay,
crux of the change. In addition to that, council member Jensen had abstained from both of the votes for that item, and the minutes that had been corrected previously now need to be corrected to show that abstention.
okay. So I think I'm clear. We're basically accepting Councilmember Jensen's vote on, in addition to the Friday corrections that you made previously.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Is that a second, Councilman Yeager?
Yes, then
Okay.
I would second the motion.
All right. Cast your votes to amend the minutes.
Motion to amend carries 8-0, Mayor.
Now we'll take a vote, take a motion into the amended minutes. Councilman Jensen.
I'll make the motion to dispense and approve the amended minutes for February 23rd.
As amended.
As amended, yeah. Councilman Legman,
I'll second it.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 5, motion to approve request for renewal of the government services contract between the city and the Fremont Area Chamber of Commerce for 2021. We'll have staff report.
Mayor and City Council, Brad Newton, City Administrator. This is a renewal. You did this last in December 10th, 2019. The dollar amount has stayed the same for years. We ask that you again renew this. Tara is here. I did not get her annual report. I'll probably get it soon and we'll get it in the next council packet or something. So we'll get your annual report in. So I don't know if Tara wants to say anything about it.
Good evening, Tara Lee, 128 East 6th Street, Executive Director of the Fremont Area Chamber of Commerce. Not going to give my big spiel like I always do. You can see the report soon, but just want to thank you guys for your continued support. Not a lot of communities are as lucky as Fremont is to have such a close relationship with their chamber and their city. So truly honored and very excited to get through a crazy year and to see we have a lot of brand new businesses opening. We have a ton of ribbon cutting scheduled for this next coming month. So thank you for all your continued support and thanks for making Fremont the best community in the entire world.
Thank you, Tara. Any other comments from the public?
The only reason, oh, sorry, Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont. The only reason I had it pulled off because I wanted to make sure that chamber understands that the majority of the public and all of the council appreciate everything the chamber does. They are really a driving force in our business community. And I don't believe majority of us would understand just how beneficial they have been. You start seeing the ribbon cuttings on the social media and everything that the chamber did during this COVID pandemic to make sure that businesses continue to get recognized, not only for opening, but also expanding and also their after hours times. It is a huge benefit for the city of Fremont that the chamber exists and they do what they do. So thank you, Tara, and all of your staff.
Thank you. Any comments from council? If there's none, I would take a motion to approve the request for renewal of the government services contract with the city and Fremont Area Chamber of Commerce. Councilman Gibson,
I would love to make that motion.
Councilman Legman. Cast your votes.
The motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on, item 6, resolution 2021-033, approving the request of Kristen Widman to use the city's parking lot at 400 East Military Avenue for a 0.5K walk. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor and council, I received this request. They had done this not last year because of COVID, but the year prior. We didn't have experienced any issues. Subsequent to the packet going out, I did receive a copy of the signature page for the contract and their certificate of insurance listing the city as additional insured. That would be the report.
Okay, Thank you. Tyler, any questions for Tyler? Councilman Yerger?
I just had a couple, and they're probably really non-issues, but I thought we need to clarify. When we looked at the map of what they want to use in the parking lot, my question really is maybe for the administration or Lottie. They look like they're using part of the parking lot that is closed currently, and I wondered whether it will be reopened by the time this event goes on in June. I thought maybe it would be, but currently there's elevator materials and that section of the parking lot's closed. So I didn't know if that was an impediment. The other thing is on some of the other ones that we have tonight, these resolutions include a COVID-19 condition because this is a event where they're probably distanced anyway. Maybe it's a non-issue. But if there's gathering going on city property, do we need to have the COVID-19 conditional statement included in this one as well as the others?
If they're not, if the elevator's not done by then, we'll have to work out with Dicon to make arrangements to figure out how that's gonna work. So we'll have to work that out. It's gonna be close. I think they plan to be done by May, June, so it's gonna be close. COVID, you could add that if you wanted.
I guess I would ask legal whether it thinks it's necessary on this particular item. We have it on all the others, I think. And they certainly could use the upper or the north part of the parking lot, going both directions and avoiding the south area of the parking lot anyway. So I didn't see it as a major impediment, again, giving them use of a lot, but just wanted to make sure we weren't messing up their activity.
No, we wouldn't be in a breach of any part of the agreement if it's still closed. And I think it's a good idea to include the COVID language in it.
Okay, then I would recommend we have that statement. We can get it off the other resolutions from this evening. Tyler, you can.
Okay. So I would take a motion to amend the resolution 2021-033, adding COVID-19 language.
I'll make the motion.
Councilman Legman,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Take a motion to resolution 2021-033 as amended. Councilman Yerger,
Yes, I make a motion to approve resolution 2021-033 as amended.
ready? Cast your votes. Oh,
Second.
Oh, nice. Yep. Councilman Sukum.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on, item 9. Motion to approve request by Main Street Fremont to use John C. Fremont Park for Concert in the Park series. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Nate Schwanke, Recreation Superintendent. This is an annual request that we get from Main Street Fremont to use John C. Fremont Park. It'll be every Thursday in June. They'll have 4 different bands. It'll be June 3rd, 10th, 17th, and 24th. Again, this is an annual request. We have never had issues with them in the past. Last year, we were unable to have the event because of COVID restrictions. So I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Any questions for Nate? Councilman Sukram,
Nope, sorry.
Councilman Yerger.
I don't have any questions. I'm just glad to see it back on the agenda.
Thank you. Any other questions for Nate? Thank you, Nate. Any comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street, Fremont. The reason why I had it pulled was so that there's some discussion about it, and also I was very happy to see it back into John C. Fremont Park and that they're going to continue the series. And by discussing it lightly, people would maybe be listening, would know that it's going to occur. So I appreciate it. I think a lot of people are looking forward to it.
Very good. Yes, it will be nice to get outside, and maybe former Councilman Matt Bechtel's band will be there. Huh? I take a motion to approve. Councilman Gibson,
I would make that motion to redo the concerts at the park.
Councilman Yerger,
Second his motion.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 11, resolution 2021-036, awarding bid and authorizing the mayor to sign contract with BLT Plumbing for Christensen Field boiler for heated sidewalk project. This time we'll have staff report.
Troy Shaven, Assistant City Administrator Utilities. I think the staff report is pretty self-explanatory. I can take questions if there are any. The reason I asked for it to be pulled is the staff report and the resolution both say the bids were taken on March 23rd. That's incorrect. They were taken on February 23rd. I apologize for that. I would respectfully ask that the council amend it to reflect the correct bid date of February 23rd.
Questions for staff? Thank you, Troy. Any comments from the public? Any comments from council? Councilman Ligban,
Yeah, I would make that motion to amend it.
Councilman Jensen,
I will second.
cast your votes to amend.
Motion carries 8-0 to amend, Mayor.
Now I take a motion in regards to amended resolution 2021-036. Councilman Gibson,
I will make that motion.
Councilwoman Ganem. Thank you. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on to unfinished business, item 12, ordinance 5552 approving sale of the Tech Park property to Rock Hill Real Estate LLC to relocate Pearl Academy daycare business. This again would be for final reading. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor, City Council, Brian Newton, City Administrator. As the mayor said, this is the final reading. This is the final sale. After this, if you should approve this, it would go to a 30-day remonstrance in the paper before we can close on this property. With that, I'd take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
I don't really have any questions for staff, and I do want to applaud Pearl Academy for its expansion twice over, and an exemplary story for LB 840 as an success story. And the only thing that I would say relative to this purchase and all others that are going on in the tech park currently, this approval is on third reading. I don't really have any issues, I guess, with it. But I believe it should be noted that the city is being less than fiscally responsible, in my opinion, at least in the sales of its tech park property. Taxpayers paid $1 million premium to acquire the tech park property at $1.6 million for blighted and substandard property that was acquired originally for $600,000, making that property worth about $20,000 a lot on its base. And then the citizens of Fremont are now being asked to put in $2 million of infrastructure improvements. And that actually is understated because of inflationary estimates that date back 8 to 10 years. There's probably another $500,000 of inflation, which would bring the cost of infrastructure up to something like $31,000 a lot. Taking all of that into account, we're really at $51,000 a lot, and we're selling them for 20. Basically, that's a 60% loss because we're passing through the state's $12,000 per lot grant funding support that we acquired in purchasing the property at an inflated price in the first place. Taxpaying citizens that have invested $51,000 in these lots, to me, should be obtaining a greater price than what we're currently doing if we're being fiscally responsible on council. And I would certainly ask, although we can't do anything about it at this juncture, we ought to look hard at what we're doing going forward relative to the sales of property when we're sustaining a significant loss, even to develop the property. And believe me, I understand the need to develop the tech park. It's been vacant, but at the same time, we are fiscal stewards for the citizens of Fremont. And so I just wanted to make that statement relative to that. It applies to all sales that we're considering, not just this one, because I think Pearl Academy is definitely a success story.
Any other questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Any comments from council? Councilman Coons?
Make a motion to hold final reading of ordinance 5552 and vote on the ordinance.
Councilman Legban?
I'll second that.
Cast your votes to hold final reading.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor. An ordinance
ahead.
pertaining to the sale and conveyance of real estate owned by the city of Fremont, Nebraska to Rock Hill Real Estate LLC pursuant to Nebraska law on final reading.
Thank you, Tyler. Please cast your final vote on ordinance 5552.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 13, ordinance 5553, approving sale of Tech Park property to McGinn Holdings LLC to purchase additional land for future growth. This would be for final reading. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor, City Council, Brian Newton. I failed to mention on the last one, that we've got the legal descriptions. You probably noticed that, obviously, that the sales agreement has been finalized. We got the final description. We also filed the final plat that gives, that plats this particular piece of property. So I'll take any questions.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, any comments from the public? Any comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
Well, with regards to this particular sale and third reading, I have raised some objections in prior meetings. I still hold reservations relative to this particular contract, which is atypical to all other contracts that we have had at the Tech Park. In particular, paragraph 20, that basically exempts from any future infrastructure costs of any kind being charged. And the requirement for us to pave 29th Street within a certain time frame or pay a fine for not doing so. And in paragraph 21 also, where there was a contingency accepted by the city side negotiators that said this property could be and would be held subject to the council's approval of future tax increment financing and or LB 840 funds as a contingency for the sale. And I think their lawyer indicated at the time, well, we're probably not going to apply for TIF and LB 840, which is fine. But the paragraph 21 remains in the contract today. And so it's still a contingency for their purchase. And I'm still terribly uncomfortable with the fact that we don't have any way of passing through any infrastructure charges whatsoever under this contract, which is not the case according to what the city administrator said about other contracts. And so for those reasons, I find this contract to be not in the city's best interest at this time, as long as those remain in the agreement.
Any other comments from council? Councilman Ellis?
Yeah, I'm going to be against this one for the particular reason that we've asked for item 20 to be removed many times, or at least discussed, and it's still in there. And I really do hate to have the city held ransom for $100 a day if we don't. It's not in any of the other contracts, and so it's here at the final reading, and so I'm going to have to vote no on this one.
Any other comments from council? Seeing none, I would take a motion to hold final reading. Ordinance 5553. Councilwoman Ganem? Okay.
Mike's got to go off. Mike, you want to turn yours off?
There you go. There you go.
Councilmember Yurger. Oh, okay. Now you're good.
So the question is why the other contracts don't have it in there. The other contracts are our standard template. This particular buyer hired an attorney. They negotiated and presented their own purchase contract. They amended ours in a sense, and they put some of these provisions in there. So
Assessments for future development and
not on,
infrastructure?
we're not for 29 and Lincoln, no. 32nd Street, yes.
Anything else, Councilwoman Ganem? Councilman Yurger?
Yes, before we move to final reading on this and take a vote, I would make a motion to amend this contract for approval. Striking paragraph 20 and 21.
Councilman Ellis?
I'll second that motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion fails 4-4.
I would take a motion to hold final reading of ordinance 5553. Councilman Gibson,
I would make that motion.
Councilman Ligban,
I'll second that.
Yep.
yes, cast your vote. Thank you, Mark.
The motion carries 6-2.
Now have final reading.
An ordinance pertaining to the sale and conveyance of real estate owned by the city of Fremont, Nebraska to McGinn Holdings LLC pursuant to Nebraska law on final reading.
Thank you, Tyler. Cast your final vote on ordinance 5553.
Ordinance is approved 6-2.
Moving on, item 14, ordinance 5555, amending ordinance number 5427 as it pertains to the zoning map to rezone the property generally described as located on the west side of Yeager Road, approximately 880 feet south of Highway 30 from R rural to PD plan development. This would be for second reading. We'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is a request to rezone this property for Project Protein to create a large cold storage facility. It's a PD because they are requesting an increase in height over the base zoning district, and they're also requesting a waiver of some of the landscaping. If there are any questions, I could provide more detail. I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, any comments from the public?
Trent's on.
Trent Siders, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Just wanted to reiterate the project and the request on the zoning change. Obviously, substantial investment. The original application had indicated around 40 to 50 million. As we indicated at the prior hearing, that's up to about 75 to 80 million dollars will be invested. When the project is completed and fully operational, we're expecting around 70 employees at the facility. And the rezoning change, as was indicated, primarily is intended to address the height that will allow the facility to be more efficient. And again, as was indicated, the buffer requirements for the yard. But if you have any questions for us, we'd certainly be willing to answer those as best we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? Councilman Jensen.
If there's no further discussion, I will recommend approving ordinance 5555 to go to second reading.
Councilman Coons,
I'll second that motion.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
We'll now have second reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending ordinance number 5427 as it pertains to zoning map to rezone the property generally described herein as generally located on the west side of Yeager Road, approximately 880 feet south of Highway 30, Dodge County, Nebraska, from R rural to PD plan development, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability and providing an effective date on second reading.
Moving on to item 15. Ordinance 5556 annexing by voluntary petition property generally described as tax lots 33, 35, 37, and a portion of tax lot 48, along with lots 2 and 4, block 2, LJ Abbott subdivision. This would be for second reading. Well, staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This annexation is voluntary. It includes the parcel for Project Protein as well as 2 other parcels. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, any additional comments from the public? Seeing none, any comments from council? Councilman Yerger.
Make a motion to approve second reading of ordinance 5556.
Councilman Legban,
I will second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
We'll now have second reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, annexing by voluntary petition property generally described as tax lots 33, 35, 37, and a portion of tax lot 48, along with lots 2 and 4, block 2, LJ Abbott subdivision, all located in section 2, township 17 north, range 8 east of the 6 PM, Dodge County, Nebraska, and extending the corporate limits to include said real estate, provide for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability and providing an effective date on second reading.
Thank you, Tyler. Next item would be item 21. This would be ordinance 5562, amending exhibit B of ordinance 5427, specifically sections 11-920 of the Unified Development Code regarding the definitions of campground, camping unit, car wash, duplex, dwelling unit, kennel, lodging house, lot, multifamily, personal campsite, row home, service station, storage yard, townhome, and transient lodging services. This would be for second reading. We'll have staff report.
Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This and the next 5 items are all part of the expedited zoning amendments that are being recommended and prepared by Halcyon Levine, our consultants. It's kind of the low-hanging fruit to address early on in this process of updating the UDC. I would be happy to answer any questions on this definition section.
Thank you. Any questions for Jennifer? Councilman Yerger.
So I think we discussed this a little bit last time, but I want to just come back succinctly and ask this question. The requested changes to the glossary of terms here is not a matter of urgency. That is, we don't have anything in front of us in the near term that dictates an emergency nature for changing any of these definitions and or any associated codes in the UDC. This is more of a matter of, if I call it convenience, but a matter of giving some direction to the consultant as to matters that the city would entertain going forward in the new UDC material that they're going to bring back to us after they've completed their analysis and rewrite. Is that a fair statement?
Right, these next changes are all items that have come up over the last couple of years that in specific, these definitional changes address areas that like personal campsite, where we've had the issue with the campgrounds, car wash, where we want to clarify the requirements for a car wash and so forth. So perhaps the only thing that might be really urgent would be the definition of kennel, to include that, as we have approved a conditional use permit at the last meeting conditioned upon this change and later changes. But specifically, as we go into a deeper dive into the UDC, there'll be plenty of time to provide detailed comments and interaction with the consultants at that point in time.
Right. So I understood our task with the consultant was to identify some of the things that we would want to fix going forward, et cetera. And that these would obviously be on the list because we've attended to these over the course of the last several months, at least since I've been on council. And we have managed to deal with them relative to the code in its current existence. So here lies my concern. These are not an emergency. There are many codes that are impacted by these glossary changes that are not being modified at this time. And that is reminiscent for me of what we did in previous UDC updates where we amended the glossary. In particular, open space definition was changed. We changed a table, didn't change all the tables, left some tables unworkable, left 42 other sections of code unattended. And then we did similar when we made the parking adjustments to the glossary. And we didn't rewrite at Adams and Sullivan's recommendation. We did not go back and rewrite the requisite chapters in section 11 that dealt specifically with parking because we were admonished that we're going to be rewriting code soon. And it doesn't pay for us to go back and modify the language when we're going to go back for a rewrite. So with those kinds of things as a backdrop, I'm going, these are not emergency items. I think it might be great for us to identify these for the consultant, but for us to attempt to operate the UDC with changes that are not fully encompassing are all of the sections that are impacted by these definitions is something I'd like to not repeat when we did that for open space and we did it for parking. I'd like for the rewrites to be comprehensive. That's what the consultant is doing. And as I looked up some of these terms, some of the changes affect a handful, 3, 4, 5 other sections of code. When I got to dwelling unit, there were 15 or 20 sections of code. When I got to lot, there were so many citations for the definition of lot, I couldn't even count them all and I gave up. And I'm just concerned that we're going to end up for the interim, if we make changes this way, we're going to have a code that's not workable in large measure between the glossary and the undefined terms and sections that we are not redoing at this time. I would think we'd be far better off to give the consultant a heads up as to our intent and let them finish the rewrite in all these other sections as well, rather than for us to move forward in this piecemeal fashion, which is going to leave us potentially, I'm not saying affirmatively, but potentially out of sync in a whole host of other sections that we'll have to correct along the way or just suffer with because the definitions don't meet the standards. And so I caution with proceeding at this and putting this into full effect. I'd much rather that we just amend this and that we do this ordinance to have an effective date coincident with the UDC adoption when they bring this back to us in a year or so. So all of this will go together.
Councilman Legban.
Well, I'm going to trust the professionals. I think they want these changes made so they have a starting point, and then they can go on from there and help us out and make all the changes that we need to make. I'm not a professional on all the terminology and what should be done, what shouldn't be changed, and what should happen. They are. So I'm going to trust the professionals to do this the right way, and they're asking us to make these changes. So they have a starting point and can help us from here on out.
Jennifer, can you talk about just your partnership relationship with Halsey Levine and how, you know, that's going through these changes and what their goal was with these?
Sure, and you'll see attached, I did not attach the memo to every single one of these staff reports because that was redundant. But there is a memorandum that is attached that addresses the expedited amendments. Part of their contract was to identify areas in the current UDC that should be changed initially to clarify and make it easier to move forward, but not taking the deep dive into areas that we know is going to take a lot of time and also will rely on the policy direction that comes out of the comprehensive plan. So in this case, in the definitional section, that's what it does, is it defines areas where we've had some issues in the past. The campground and camping unit, the car wash, a duplex is defined by referring to a different code. So really, these are intended to clarify items of the UDC as we move forward, as are the other changes in the uses that are proposed in the next several items.
Do you see any issues with implementing these changes with our current code right now?
No, I don't.
Any other questions from council? Councilman Ellis?
So Jennifer, just work with me here a little bit. If we change the definition of kennel in this section, and kennel is defined or used within the UDC 20 or 30 different places, doesn't that affect those 20 or 30 different places that we probably need to go look at to see how kennel was referenced there? Or is there a potential there that we could be muddying up the UDC?
I don't think so. And in fact, we're specifically looking at kennel because of the change in the provider for
But we're
animal
making the change in
services.
the definition, but not in the actual code.
Yes, we are.
The-
We're making it in the actual
So I
code
used
as
the
well.
wrong one, I guess. So
So
all
we
of these, we're
have-
going to be making changes in the.
Yes.
Okay.
So the purpose of adding kennel as a definition is that it talks about, and what we've added are dogs, cats, similar small animals, reptiles, birds, and so forth. In the past, a kennel was just defined for dogs and cats. So we want to make sure that we're being consistent with other parts of the code. And likewise, I'm not sure which one it is where we talk about kennels and
Well, I guess
small animal boarding facilities. That's coming up about 2 more down. And you can see the details of trying to be consistent
so.
throughout
I guess
as we
I'm
move
just
forward.
concerned that we're changing the definition, but we're not actually going into all the places where that definition is used to look to see that if are we muddying up some places by changing the definition? Is that a
think-
possibility?
I think that we are trying to be pretty clear and make things more straightforward with these definitional changes and the other changes that are coming forward.
Is that a possibility that by changing the definition could change somewhere down within inside the UDC code and cause some confusion? Or
You know, our consultant has looked at it pretty closely. I looked at it pretty closely. The steering committee looked at it. The planning commission looked at it. There were several items that the planning commission did
when is
make
the
comments
UDC
on.
code supposed to be revised? What's the plan date?
Well, the first step, as we've talked about previously, is to go through and update the comprehensive plan to provide the policy guidance for the UDC. The UDC will follow that. We're not anticipating that that'll be finalized for another 1.5 years.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? All I would say is I, commend Jennifer and the consultants for being proactive and thinking ahead of some of these items and starting to make necessary improvements. I think we all know the UDC needs changed. And so, I think we heard from Jennifer tonight that she does not see making these changes really impacting the code as it stands today. And so, you know, I think we need to also acknowledge her work and dedication and trying to go ahead and make these changes, appropriate changes. Are there any comments from the public? Seeing none, any comments from council? Councilman Sucre.
Yeah, Jennifer, we're going to plan on probably seeing a lot more of these changes coming. We're going to see a lot more of these probably coming down the road, correct?
You know, over the next 18 months or so, there will be changes coming forward. I know I've got a couple changes that are being proposed on the next planning commission agenda. The public has the right to request changes to the UDC. And there are places where the city may request changes to the UDC. You know, for a whole variety of reasons, we don't just stop the world while we wait for 18 months for the whole thing to be updated.
Because when I left, we had a whole laundry list of things. That
Well,
were
sure,
gonna be
yeah,
moved.
there's a whole laundry list of things. A lot of them, like anything related to residential development, that's going to take a really deep dive. So we have to look at the types of residential development, the lot sizes, the, you know, is it a single family, multifamily district? How is that impacted by the state law that talks about missing middle housing? And how do we make sure we incorporate that appropriately? That's going to take a lot of time, and it's not an easy fix. You know, so as we look at other uses, those are going to take a lot of time and a lot of research. And yeah, they'll be coming forward, but this is, like I said, the low hanging fruit.
And so Hazel-Levine is comfortable with doing these first and moving everything else up forward with it.
Yes, I mean, they prepared the memo that
Okay.
made these recommendations.
Yeah, I read that. Okay.
Councilman Yerger.
Well, I'd like to come back and visit a little bit more about the piecemeal approach to doing this. I totally agree that we want to give the consultants information. They asked us for it and we should be giving it to them. From the council, from the public, we want to make improvements long-term to the UDC because it's had some working problems. There's no question about it. My concern is that if we're not careful with the piecemeal approach, that is, we're going to change the glossary and we're going to change a couple, 3 more, 5 sections that we're going to discuss later this evening. Those don't necessarily encompass everything, as I mentioned earlier. And we run a significant risk of having made some changes to certain elements of the code, as Councilman Ellis was just articulating as well, that don't then work when we apply the changes that we're making piecemeal, because we don't have the whole UDC document that they're rewriting and in the framework of how they're going to make these changes that we're suggesting and the city is suggesting. We don't have a crystal ball to see how that's going to fit together. And in the meantime, we're going to have to work with whatever the definitions are that we might change officially versus unofficially, give them some heads up as to go this route unofficially. If we make those changes officially, then every section of code that relies on those specifically is tied into those. And what we're doing could be out of sync, just as Councilmember Ellis said, and I had said earlier. And I know for a fact, and you and I, Jennifer, talked specifically about this when we went through that open space discussion. We changed the glossary and one table. We had an agreement to change the following table because mathematically it no longer works. I was guaranteed that we would change that and look at the other 42 opportunities where open space definition was going to be used in its new context. And we have to this date done none of that. And that I'm extremely disappointed that that didn't occur. But that's the problem with what we're doing here when we start, meddling with the glossary of terms and trying to apply it to code that's not yet being rewritten. And we're going to have to apply it for the next year and a half that way. And that's going to create problems for us. I think we're far better off if we just give the consultant a heads up that we'd like these glossary of terms to read this way and build this into your UDC rewrite so that when you give it back to us, this all fits together. Otherwise, we're going to end up with a significant hodgepodge. You know, like I said, dwelling unit has over 25 uses in the UDC. Lot definitions has 5 pages of uses. Is every one of those uses going to be accurately described in the glossary of terms? We haven't looked. The consultant hasn't yet looked, but we're going to have to apply it as though it does. I think that's extremely dangerous. I think we're far better off to tell the consultant, use these to move forward. And if these were of an emergency nature, I would agree. But if we're going to change code piecemeal now and next month and the next month, and we're going to continually piecemeal this rather than to get a full document. The last council that approved the UDC had the full document. They tested it thoroughly with a subcommittee, and you know what? It still had things that didn't work. And we're going to end up with pieces of this and pieces of that that we don't even and can't work with during the next year and a half because we haven't looked to see whether or not they're congruent. And I am really troubled by that approach. I won't say anything more about it tonight to the rest of the council members, but I wish we were just giving this as a piece of information to consultants to work with rather than changing our ordinance and making us, the council, stick to these definitions and apply them to sections that aren't being addressed and rewritten at this time. I think it's a big mistake.
Councilman Legman.
Once again, I'm going to trust our professionals, our staff, and the professionals that are redoing, they're recommending this. They've done this before. This isn't their first rodeo. I'm going to trust what changes they want to make.
Councilwoman Ganem.
But at the same time, that it makes some good points because our job is to ask questions as well too, and certainly gain an understanding. But as I understand it too, since kennel is important and certainly current right now, the other parts are being changed in the code, right?
That's correct. And as you look at these, there are specific reasons that each of these definitions were selected. So first of all, townhouse, that's defined in our current UDC as defined in Chapter 2 of the International Residential Code. It is very difficult and confusing for people to look at the zoning code to try and figure out what a townhouse is, and then to have to go try and figure out, where do I find this International Residential Code? It's not something that's easily available. We make references to a townhouse, to a row house throughout the code, but it hasn't been defined adequately within the code. So that's the reason that those are coming forward. Transient lodging services and non-transient lodging services are defined the same way. So we're clarifying what transient lodging services is and removing non-transient lodging services. A storage yard is, we've had issues because it talks about equipment or construction materials for future use or sale. There's a storage yard that we weren't really able to address. It fell through the cracks on Morningside Road. And we wanted to make sure that a definition addressed those kind of uses.
And I certainly understand that we need to have some definitions in place. And as things come up, as you did with kennel, then you are going through code and changing that. So if something
Correct.
does come up, then we certainly can
Absolutely.
go through and then change where it may not work. Is that
That's correct. I mean,
a fair assessment?
A zoning document is not a static document. And we're going through a major rewrite, but it can't just be static and be on hold for another 18 months. I mean, I think the camping unit is an example of that, where we have people who want to make use of their property, but they have to go through a whole conditional use permit process just to pull a trailer onto their property to use it in the summertime. So we're trying to make it easier and streamline it with these particular items.
Thank you.
Any other comments from council? I would take a motion to hold second reading of ordinance 5562. Councilman Legban.
I make a motion to hold second reading of ordinance 5562.
Councilman Coons,
I'll second that motion.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-1, Mayor.
Now have second reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC Chapter 11, zoning, subdivision, and site development, Exhibit B, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date on second reading.
Thank you. Moving on now to item 16. Ordinance 5557, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically to tables 11-502.02, institutional recreation and amusement uses of the Unified Development Code to add the use of personal campsite. This would be for second reading.
Mayor, members of the city council, the purpose of this amendment is to add personal campsite as a permitted use in this particular table. I'd be happy to answer any questions. It's just for the rural areas.
Thank you. Councilman Yerger.
I just have one. I see you're updating 11-502-02. And that specific table references UDC section 11-600 development and lot standards. I'd like to know whether those standards are being addressed at this time or not.
The development and lot standards do not specifically relate to personal campsite. The personal campsite has to meet the requirements of that other table, but that particular table is not being addressed at this point in time.
So the expectation is that personal campsite won't cause any modifications to be made to 11-600.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, any comments from the public? Any comments from council? Councilman Jensen,
There's no further comment. I would move that we hold second reading of ordinance 5557.
Councilman Coons,
I'll second that motion.
cast your votes.
That should be 5427. Is that what you said?
This is 5557.
So that might have been the 5427 is the ordinance adopted.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, 5557. You're right. I'm sorry.
So the motion in the second was, this is 5557.
That's right.
5557, yep. The motion carries 7-1.
We'll now have second reading.
Ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, and Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically portions of UDC Chapter 11, zoning, subdivision, and site development, Exhibit right up for repeal of ordinance.
Item 17, ordinance 5558, amending Exhibit B of ordinance 5427, specifically tables 11-502.03. Commercial uses to add car wash, delete non-transient lodging services, add restaurant, drive-through, and add kennels to small animal boarding facilities. This would be for second reading. Go ahead, Jennifer.
This table is specific to the commercial uses for those uses that the mayor just detailed. It specifies which districts those would be conditional, limited, or permitted uses or not allowed at all. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Jennifer? Seeing none, any comments from the public? Any comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
I just want to be clear, you're striking non-transient lodging services from this table, correct?
That's correct.
Did you agree to remove the definition of non-transient lodging services from the glossary?
I believe it is
Because it's no
removed.
longer going to be necessary or useful, because at the last time we had this at first reading, I made that suggestion and I hadn't heard whether the glossary had been amended to strike that definition as well.
Yeah, it should be removed.
It wasn't before, is it now?
It should be.
Okay.
Any other comments from council? Seeing none, I would take a motion to hold second reading ordinance 5558. Councilman Legban,
Make a motion to hold second reading of ordinance 5558.
Councilman Coons,
I'll second that motion.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-1, Mayor.
We'll now have second reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC, Chapter 11, zoning subdivision and site development, Exhibit B, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability and providing an effective date on second reading.
Thank you. Item 18, ordinance 5559, amending Exhibit B of ordinance 5427, specifically section 11-504.02. Use specific provisions to revise the provisions for campground and add personal campsite. This would be for second reading. Go ahead, Jennifer.
All right, so this amends the use specific requirements. So where a campground or a personal campsite is allowed as a limited or conditional use, these are the conditions that they are required to follow. So campground is being amended, kind of really to wordsmith it. Personal campsite is being added, and it specifies the condition under which somebody can put a personal campsite on their property in the R rural district.
Thank you. Any questions for Jennifer? Councilman Yerger?
By basically consolidating, although uniquely identifying personal campsite and campground and definitionally, are you aware of any changes that are being made currently to section 14-112 or 11-80302?
I'm sorry, I don't know
Those are
what you're
sections, those
referencing.
are sections used in the discussion of campgrounds to which we'll be blending in a personal campsite. I'm just wondering if those sections are under review as well, or any other sections as far as that goes.
The UDC is always out of section 11. It's not out of section 14. So
Campsite is a term used in other sections as well as in section 11. Be aware of that. And I know that you're only defining terms for section 11. And let's be clear about that. Everything that's in your glossary in section 920 only applies to section 11. Is that correct?
this is the UDC. It governs the zoning and subdivision regulations for the city.
Okay, it doesn't have anything to do with any
No.
of the other sections of municipal code,
It-
just
it-
section 11.
It focuses on section 11 and what you can do with your property and how you can do it. There may be additional regulations. So for example, I know there are sections of the code that address septic systems. That's a different section of the code, just like a building code is separate from zoning. It may not say in the zoning code that you have to use 2x6s to frame your house, but that's the building code.
Right.
Both sections talk about single-family dwellings. Both sections talk about multifamily dwellings and other types of uses.
Just trying to establish whether or not some of these terms are going to be interchangeable in other parts of the code. And if they are, in fact, then there are other sections that are subject to review. That's all I'm trying to do. Thanks.
Mayor, if I may chime in.
Go ahead.
Briefly, these terms in the glossary would be referenced or would be looked at in other parts of the code. No, I'm saying when you look, if you have an issue with a section of the code and the issue is an access easement, you would say, what is an access easement? And you would go to the definitions section. If anything, having these definitions provide more clarity to those other sections of city code where it's better to have the definition than to not have the definition.
I agree they can provide more clarity. In some cases, they can provide more confusion if they're not specifically addressed appropriately in
Well,
the sections you're attempting to interpret them.
You don't create the definition based upon a code section. The definition is the definition. And when you have an issue with a code section, you look to the definition to clarify what is meant by the code section.
I understand how it works, and that's what we went through on open space. Thanks.
Well, just to clarify.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, any comments from the public? Any comments from council? If there's none, I'd take a motion to hold second reading. Councilman Coons,
Make a motion to hold second reading of ordinance 5559.
Councilman Jensen,
I will second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-1, Mayor.
We'll now have second reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC Chapter 11 zoning subdivision and site development, Exhibit B, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date on second reading.
Thank you, Tyler. Item 19, ordinance 5560, amending Exhibit B of ordinance 5427, specifically sections 11-504.03, use specific provisions to add restaurant, drive-through, and car wash, and to revise service station and small animal boarding facility / kennel, and to strike non-transient lodging services. This would be for second reading. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Again, these are the use-specific regulations for these items, the car wash, the drive-through restaurant, the small animal boarding facilities. These are what we look to in a district if it's a conditional or a limited use to ensure that these are met.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, any comments from the public? Any comments from council? Seeing none, I'd take a motion to hold second reading of ordinance 5560. Councilman Ligban,
We'll make a motion to hold second reading of ordinance 5560.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-1, Mayor.
Item 20, ordinance 50. Oh, thank you.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC, Chapter 11, zoning, subdivision, and site development, Exhibit B, providing for reappeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing effective date on second reading.
Thank you. Item 20. Ordinance 5561, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically section 11-616B regarding encroachments into required yards, specifically to allow egress windows to encroach into the required yard by 3 feet and to allow ADA ramps to encroach into required yards provided 3 feet remains. This would be for second reading. Go ahead, Jennifer.
This is a section of the ordinance that talks about encroachments that are allowed to go into your required yard. So for example, a soffit can extend into your required yard. The substantive issues that we're looking at right now are egress window wells. A lot of people want to add a bedroom in the basement. You can't legally do that or really safely do that unless you have an egress window well. This is an issue that people have brought to us that wanted to address. And then also temporary ADA ramps allow those to extend into the front yard. You see some of those throughout town. People oftentimes need those temporary ramps so they can continue to live in their house. And this is to address that particular issue.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
Just one. I view this as being something that's new in section 11616. That is, it's talking about ADA, doesn't exist today. And so this is a unique particular code for ADA requirements, right?
This is to address people who need to have a ramp to be able to get into their house.
Right.
Yeah.
And so because of that, even though we're not rewriting this section, they will be subject to section 9402, which is the thresholding requirements for how you would attach those ramps to the front of your.
Right. And
It's
that,
not, and that's not the setback issue, but they'll be subjected because of their definition to section 9402.
and that's why it's in the front yard and not the side yard, because you have more space in your front yard to have the ramp at the appropriate incline. I think it's a 2% incline. And so you might have to zig and zag it to have that appropriate incline. And that'll all fall when you get a building permit to put the ramp in place.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? If there are none, I would take a motion to hold second reading of 5561 ordinance. Councilman Jensen.
I'll recommend we hold a second reading for ordinance 5561.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
We'll now have second reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC Chapter 11 zoning subdivision and site development Exhibit B, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability and providing an effective date on second reading.
Time is now 8:59. We'll take a 10-minute break.
Okay, pause.
Okay, we'll come back from break. Time is now 9:11. Moving on to new business. Item 22, resolution 2021-037, authorizing levying of assessments for business improvement district number 1. This time we'll have staff report. Jody, first of all, let's, we have the document we need to receive. So why don't we vote to take a motion to receive a document from Jody. Councilman Jensen.
I will make the motion to receive.
Councilman Yerger.
Second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Jody, do you want to go ahead and explain?
Sure, this is the worksheet that actually Tyler prepared the worksheet. And he had the items marked similarly to what you saw in your agenda with the dark blue, the gold, and so forth. If council voted to make a change from how he had originally represented it, I made it a lighter color. So you can see the modifier is the first one that's for 2021, what we actually modified to say yes or a percentage. On that first page, you can see Lawrence Marvin for the 635 North Main. He asked for a 6% exemption, so we valued the property at 94%. And when it was all said and done, it leaves you with a levy of 0.00147 for all the properties.
Thank you, Jody. Councilman Ellis.
Jody, was that up or down from last year?
I don't know that answer, but I'll look it up.
I think it was 0.016 something last year, so it's lower, I think.
Any questions for Jody? Councilman Yerger.
Cornerstone Design is listed at 80%, it looks like, for 2021, and calculated as same. I think we just approved 50.
Yes, in that 50. Did you say 50 or 15?
.310 East Military.
So I think if you look at that column, there's a column there, it's called modifier, and you'll see that there's a 0.5 in that location. So that should result in a lower amount. So let me go check on the spreadsheet on the agenda packet.
So you have request 2020, request 2021. If I'm looking at this right. Modifier. So is the formula based off of the modifier?
Yes, the modified value is the 2020 assessed valuation column times the modifier, which in this case is 50%. And so your modified value is now the 118,000 as opposed to the 236,000. And then it takes the levy times that assessed value to get the $173.84.
So when we made changes this evening, the changes from the modifier, correct? When
Yes.
Okay.
So in the information that's included in the packet, if they would have gotten 80%, they would have paid a bill of $71.98. But now since it was adjusted to 50%, they're going to be paying a bill of $173.84.
Thank you, Tyler.
Yep. On this one for Victoria Charter,
Yep.
it looks like the modifier there is 0 and they asked for 95, but I think we denied that one.
Should be 1.
Yeah, it should be 1 in that modifier so that she's paying the full bill.
Okay, with that correction and making the modifier on that one 1. So taking the whole 27,720, that changes your levy to everyone to 0.001469.
Okay. Tyler, are you going through this and double checking the other ones here too? While we have this here and we're voting on it, we probably need to make sure this is right.
You know,
Councilman Yeager.
there appears to be some that we didn't, I don't know that we discussed them tonight. And I think it's because they didn't file an application for renewal exemption. And so they may be getting exemption that we didn't authorize. And I'm wondering if we don't just, this is the problem we had last year, and I want to make sure that we don't have to go back and do this again. I'm questioning whether or not. So where did we discuss 502 Main Street on the first page tonight? Yeah, but I didn't see 502 in the blue group at that point. Now, maybe it was on another sheet.
I don't see it. Yeah, I think 502 in the gold. Okay.
So it was done at 50 in the gold group. Okay.
Yeah.
How about, and maybe you've already, I can't remember if we already discussed this one, but Cornerstone Design, that was asked for 80. We said it was 50. We got that one corrected, right?
Yes.
It was already right. She had 50 in the modifier already.
Oh, because my sheet that I just got says 8.
So
there's
the
Oh,
request
excuse-
column.
You're correct. Sorry, my
Yep.
bad.
Okay.
You're absolutely right. 250 West 8th. $250 West 8th. Where was that in our group tonight? Is that gold?
Blue.
At the top of the page? I'm missing it.
It's just 2 down from
235, I see.
Victoria Charter.
Oh, it's on Tyler's original sheet, but on the recap sheet. Oh, it's on the second page. Oh, but they've. Huh. So they did file an application, but it wasn't listed on the long form recap for the for what we were working with tonight because it was listed at being, as being 100%. Never mind, it's probably fine.
Okay, so yeah, it was,
230 North D.
so one thing that's written on mine, maybe Jody said this, but there, in the ones that was handed out, there's a darker color and a lighter color. So for example, on the very first page, there's a light blue and a dark blue. The light blues were modified in some way. And the darker colors remain the same, if that helps.
Okay. Councilman Yerger, you're on. Is there any other?
What was the address?
221 military? No.
So that's an error. That's an, let's take a look here.
Jody, are you
221, I'm sorry, I didn't hear, was it 221,
321 East Military?
321, excuse me.
It's on page. On page 8 of 10.
And that's one of the gold ones?
Yep. I think it was entered incorrectly originally. It should have been 0.90 instead of 1.0.
We have that at 0 now and it needs to be 0.1,
No, 0.9.
0.9.
We'll go back and look at the item. I think that one, they're wanting it to be exempted by 10%. I think it's the other direction.
Can we and maybe continue this till next meeting and have staff look over it? I mean, I hate to do that, but I mean, we could sit here all night and double check this. I mean,
Right.
we've already found 2 mistakes going through it.
Mayor, you could approve the assessments as approved by the,
You need a motion for that?
I'm sorry, it was correct. It was 90%. 90% owner occupied living space.
Yeah.
Is what they asked for.
there could be a motion to approve the assessments as assessed by the Board of Equalization.
Okay.
So.
Well, as
what-
the Board of Equalization
What they-
assess
what
them.
they said. Yeah.
So just the council approves what the Board of Equalization approved.
We
and
can vote to approve,
The assessments as assessed by the Board of Equalization.
and then that would cover it, and then whatever the levy is.
Yep.
I will
Okay.
make that motion.
Okay.
If you want to
Yeah.
run
Motion,
through one more time.
motion would be to approve assessments based on the approval of the Board of Equalization. Councilman Yerger?
Like to modify the the motion associated with resolution 2021-037 based on discussion earlier to modify the statement in the resolution, to be a further resolved statement in the resolution before the semicolon and after the and to state, and no late filed exemption applications will be accepted. Just to be clear, we had a problem last year, legal has said, and administration said, well, we can't be doing that. And I think we need to be clear that we're not taking that exemptions after the date.
So Vern, if you want to withdraw your motion, we can handle the motion to amend first. Okay.
Okay, so
Okay,
my motion to amend is to insert after the, before the semicolon and before the and no late filed exemption applications will be accepted.
Okay. Councilman Jensen,
I'll second that amendment.
cast your votes to amend.
Motion carries 8-0 to amend, Mayor.
Now we would vote on
It would be a
what's the,
motion to,
before we go to Vern's motion.
we also have,
With the,
as the Board of Equalization,
Make an amendment to this resolution to state that that's what we're doing?
You don't have to amend the resolution to say that. Just make it in the motion.
okay. So the motion would be to amend, to approve the amended resolution 2021-037 based on the approved assessments of the Board of Equalization. Motion by Councilman Gibson. Is there a second? Councilman Yerger?
I'm off, and quite honestly, I'm uncomfortable by the resolution not stating what we're actually doing.
It'll be shown in the, it'll be shown in the exhibit that'll be attached, which will be the assessment from the Board of Equalization.
Exhibit A will reflect the actions that the Board of Equalization took.
Is there a second? Councilman Jensen? Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on, item 23 would be a motion to consent to appoint by the mayor to the Civil Services Commission. This is my item, would be to appoint Steve Telleton to the Civil Service Commission. I want to thank Steve for his service to this commission over the years. And again, I would appreciate approval by a city council in regard to Steve.
I will make that motion to approve, Steve.
Is there any comments from the, before I get to that, is there any comments from the public? Any comments from council? Go ahead again.
You want me to go
Councilman.
ahead? Yeah. The appointment of Steve Telleton to the Civil Service Commission.
Thank you, Councilman Coons.
I'll second that motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 24, Resolution 2021-038, approving architectural services agreement, addendum number 1 with Davis Design, Inc. for design services in connection with the fire suppression system at the aircraft terminal hangar building at the Fremont Airport. This time we'll have staff report. Dave, are you on?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Dave Godikin, Director of Public Works. This item is an amendment to the contract for the final design for the airport terminal project. The design on this project not only was the terminal, but it was the terminal and the maintenance hangar. The maintenance hangar will not be built at this time. The terminal is under contract right now for construction, but this item is for a fire suppression system that would be needed in the maintenance hangar. We want to finish the final design on this project so that if and when the monies become available, we can build the project. But this will be for the fire suppression system that would go into that proposed building. The original architect does not have this expertise, and they did not have that in their original scope of work. So they would be contracting with Zari Consulting Group out of California to design a foam fire suppression system for the maintenance hangar.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger.
I think you maybe have answered my question, but I'm going to ask it anyway because I have it in my notes. So the fire suppression system is only for the FBO maintenance hangar. It has nothing to do with the terminal in and of itself. Is that right?
That is correct.
And the maintenance hangar part of the design work is on hold and the construction work is on hold because we're looking into how funding for that project can be ascertained. Is that also correct?
That is also correct.
Okay, so my dilemma is this. Then I don't understand why we would entertain contract modifications that cost us additional cost for the design work at this point when we're not yet taking up the construction of the maintenance hangar. It seems like we could do this later rather than current, because if we don't come up with the funding, building this into the design may be a waste. And why wouldn't we want to make sure we have the funding for the hangar building as the alternative funds would come in before we proceed down the road to continue to incur expense for something that may not be built?
I guess the goal here is to finish the final design on the project so that everything is ready to go should the monies become available. The request for the fire suppression, or not necessarily request, but the requirement for it became from when they had the fire marshal look at the plans, and because there would be maintenance going on in the building, they require the fire suppression. But I guess our goal is to get a final design ready to go should the monies become available.
Any other questions for staff? Any comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont. Those are two separate structures. One is being paid for by the city. Unfortunately, council at the time didn't take it to the vote of the people. There's been some pushback from even funding that, but it's happening and it's the city's dime. Why are we paying for anything to do at the maintenance building when that has nothing to do with the terminal itself? That's already going through. Complete that and complete the design, but they're two separate projects. And I don't understand the push to expend taxpayer money on a project that's not supposedly going to be funded by the city. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Any comments from council? Councilman Ellis?
Dave, from my understanding, there's just going to be one shared wall between these two structures. Is that right?
That's correct.
But there's still two separate entities. It's just a shared wall. There is the risk of us designing something and then 5 years from now, when we go to decide to build it, that code is changed and we'll have to go back and redesign it, right?
That would be correct, yes.
Yeah, so I'm be hesitant to purchase or to go forward and spend. I know it's not a lot to the city, but it is taxpayer money, and so 18,000 is somewhere that I think we could benefit a lot better other places. So thank you.
Any other comments from council?
No, and what would happen if we didn't pass this tonight? I mean, I'm just thinking, how long does it take to prepare? Because you'll have enough time to design once we find out that there is funding available, I would think, and it would be updated.
Dave, did you hear that question?
Oh, okay, that's a question for me. There's always the lead time then again, if you would not pass it tonight, they would finish the design as far as they could. It always leaves some questions, I guess, in the architect or the designer's mind is how do they design around it then to have a final design without that? And then should you move forward and the monies would become available, we would have to go through this same process all over again and incorporate the fire suppression into the design at that time.
Councilman Jensen.
Dave, I just have questions on the, I understand the importance of the FBO. And I know that we have planes that we have to work on now that they have to take parts of the wings off so they can get them into the current FBO. Is there significant efforts underway to look for some private financing of this?
There was a committee or is a committee of the board members, the Airport Advisory Board. They have solicited different private entities as far as possible donations. We have looked at possibility of getting funding, as a grant. That wasn't, that didn't pan out very well for us. But obviously we don't have the monies right now.
We've raised 300,000.
Councilman Yerger.
Well, I agree with what I just heard, I think, from Councilman Ellis with regards to we could design it now, but it may be out of date by the time we build. I'm going to make a motion to continue this item until such point that funding has been acquired and that we are ready to move on this, because moving that through council is going to take a little while anyway, and the design work can be sought at that time. So we only have to pay for it once rather than more than once, potentially, depending on how long it takes to raise the funds to do this building in a private way. So I make a motion to continue this item coincident with the identification of the funds necessary for build.
Councilman Legman.
Yeah, how does staff feel about that? Are they prepared for something like that? Or how do you feel on that, Dave?
Well, it puts us kind of on hold on the design on that phase of the project. And, the design of the building is getting close to the end. I mean, design of the hangar building, let's say, is getting close to the end. So it kind of leaves some unopened questions if we don't proceed on with that.
So in other words, Dave, we'll have everything, the building will be all designed. The only thing left will be the fire suppression system. Is that correct?
That would be correct. And then any, I guess, electrical or any HVAC that would have to be designed to accommodate it, because it would become kind of an unknown factor at that point.
I'd like to raise a point of order and have legal rule on the fact that I have a motion to continue on the floor. It's a privileged motion and there's no debate.
Yep, that's what I was just about to mention to the mayor. There's a privilege motion on the floor.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilman Ellis.
I'll second.
Cast your votes to continue.
The motion fails 3-5.
I would take a motion.
I have a question.
Go
for
ahead,
Dave.
Councilman Gibson.
As everything else, if we hold off on this, cost wise, we're talking about an increase, correct?
Yes.
Even if it's only a year or two, everything
Yes,
goes up.
there's always the inflation factor, yes.
Do we have an idea what the cost is as of right now?
Of the building?
No, of these fire suppression system.
Oh, their S or the
Sorry.
is 18,150.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay.
Councilman Legman,
I will then make a motion to approve resolution 2021-038.
Councilman Coons,
I'll second that motion.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-3, Mayor.
Moving on, item 25, resolution 2021-039, approving architectural services agreement with Davis Design, Inc. for design services in connection with the aircraft terminal building at the Fremont Airport. This time we'll have staff report. Go ahead, Dave.
Again, Dave Godikin, Director of Public Works. This item is for the same project that we just discussed in the previous agenda item. However, this is for the actual construction administration or inspection services of the terminal building itself. We've got 2 phases of the contract with Davis Design that have already been approved. Phase 1 was kind of the schematic or planning phase of the project. Phase 2 was the design phase of the project. And now phase 3 would be to do the inspection of the work and administrate the paperwork for the actual construction. We have a contractor hired, Ronco Construction, to build the building, and they will begin building as soon as the weather cooperates with them. And then this will be to hire Davis Design just to watch over the project for us. City staff in my department will also be out there on a daily basis, but we don't have the architectural expertise that a design firm would have. So we will be doing some of it, but they will be doing the majority of the inspection. The fee for this is $76,000.
And Dave, just to be clear, this is part of the budgeted expense for this.
Yes, it
correct?
is. Yes, it is.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
I just want to be clear based on what I read in the staff report, what I read in the resolution and what you just said. So in the staff report, it specifically calls for reference to the hangar terminal building, which construction is on hold and therefore won't need inspection because we're not building it until we get private funding. Is that correct?
The hangar building will not be built.
Okay, and this $76,000 worth of a construction inspection is just for the terminal building portion of the work that's going on at the airport, has absolutely nothing to do with the airport hangar.
That is correct. There will also be some parking lot and some lighting and that type of thing and a little bit of site work that is involved with the project, but it's for the support of the terminal and the terminal building itself, not the maintenance hangar.
Okay, and when we finally assume that private funding comes in for the hangar building, that construction work will take a separate inspection agreement at that time and be part of the cost associated with the terminal maintenance building. It's not part of anything that we're approving with what we're doing here. I'm just trying to make sure there's a separation here.
That's
This is
correct.
Just for
They're
the terminal.
they're
Period.
entirely separate.
See another one of these for the hangar.
Yes, they're entirely separate.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Councilman Ellis?
Dave, you said, we voted as a council for, was it 1.3 or 1.6? Remember how much we voted on this project?
2 million, I think.
No, I don't think we voted for 2 million.
Dave, what was the budget?
The budget is 2 million. It
The council approved.
is the question what the terminal building is?
You have the contract for Ronco.
$1.667 million is the construction cost.
How much was that?
1.667 million.
And you mentioned just earlier, which caught my attention, is there going to be other costs, or does that 1.6 million contain everything we need to? I thought at the time you said it was a turnkey where everything we needed for that building was for 1.66 million.
That is correct.
So there will not be any more costs coming back to the council? for
Well, there
additional-
could be change orders. Unforeseen costs.
Unforeseen costs?
Well, there could be change orders. I mean, it's a construction project. There often are.
Okay,
Sometimes they're a reduction in cost, sometimes they're an addition of costs.
thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Jensen?
No further comments, so we'll make the motion to approve resolution 2020-039.
2021. Okay, all right. All right, is there a second? Councilman Legban,
I will second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-1, Mayor.
Moving on to item 26, the fire department annual report. We have Chief Burnt with us.
Good evening, Todd Burnt, Fire Chief. What you see in front of you is the 2020 annual report. I'll give you a brief overview, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. And we had total emergencies of 3,110. This was about a 3% increase from 2019. Our average in-town fire response times was 6 minutes and 3 seconds. The average in-town EMS response times was 4 minutes and 50 seconds. And the out-of-town EMS response time was 8 minutes and 32 seconds. Our EMS responses, we had 2,824 medical runs. This is a 1.6% increase from 2019. This number includes 157 motor vehicle accidents and 29 advanced life support intercepts. ALS intercepts are with other local volunteer departments that are at the basic life support system. And if they have a patient that requires some medications, intubations, or any advanced life support, they would request us, and we would respond in our pickup, and we would actually meet them en route to the hospital, and we would, one of our paramedics, get back with their ambulance and initiate care with their assistance. We had 2,928 patient contacts. This is a 2.6% decrease from 2019. The average patient age was about 16 and a half. Compare this to 2011. In 2011, we had 51 and a half years old. So we've gone up a whole 9 years from 2011 to 2020. One of the things that's telling me that the community is getting older. We just continually see that average patient age going up every year. 23% of our patient contacts were advanced life support, that start in IVs, given medications. 48% was basic life support, and 29% were patient refusals. 91% of the fire department runs are medical runs. Our fire response, we had 286 fire calls. That's a 23% increase. We had 42 fires that required extinguishment. We had 18 structure fires, 1 playground, 7 vehicles, 6 dumpsters, trash fires, 5 grass and vegetation, 1 outside equipment fire that involved propane. And we had 4 exposure fires, which include 2 structure and 2 vehicle fires. The fire losses were almost $1.5 million. Electrical, Some of the causes of fires were some of the big ones was electrical, smoking materials and space heaters. And we also had 7 incidences where there was a fire, but the fire was out on our arrival, but we still investigated. Some of the other type of calls that we had 79 automatic fire alarms, 29 smoke odor investigations, 36 unauthorized burnings, 27 hazardous materials, 9 cooking fires that were contained, and we had 7 water rescue operations. In 2020, we had 1 civilian death, 4 civilian injuries. We had 2 firefighter injuries that were at fire-related incidents, and 2 firefighter injuries at EMS-related incidents. The most significant fire that we had last year was back in May when John C. Apartments downtown caught fire. And at that fire, that's where we had the civilian death. We had 2 civilian injuries and 2 firefighter injuries at that particular fire. At that fire, we actually needed assistance from other departments, so we called out for mutual aid from Fremont Rural, Valley, Arlington, Cedar Bluffs, North Bend. They all helped us out to contain it and prevented it getting any worse than it was. Training, we had 2,079 hours of documented training. This is actually a 52% decrease in our training from 2019. A lot of that's from COVID. A lot of trainings around the state were canceled or even nationally. That's a lot of training opportunities where we send a lot of our personnel to. So we saw a significant decrease in our training. Callbacks, we had 232 callbacks. Callbacks are when we get multiple emergencies going on at the same time and the station's unstaffed, so we'll call back a shift or 2 to staff the station, or if it's a significant incident, we'll have them respond to the incident. That's all I have for you. I take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Chief. Councilman Yerger.
Only have a couple questions, but I'd like to start off with kudos to you and the department's EMS and firefighter first responders that protect and serve the city. I know this has been an especially challenging year for the fire department and for the police department as well because of COVID and the many demands that put on your force and what it did to your normal routine of operations. And you've mentioned some of them, training and the like. So anyway, kudos for what you provide for the city. In looking at your report, and I'm always enlightened by your report, by the way, so thank you for giving that to us. I'm interested in knowing whether or not, and I think I asked this question the last time you gave the report. So as I look at your charts, the areas around your current location would seem to be some of the most significant runs that you have, and they're largely EMS services.
Yes.
And so my question is, knowing that you've commissioned a new study for fire resources and the like, do you expect that because your concentration is so heavy, that that's going to be modified with the survey? I know I'm asking you to speculate, but because of the runs that you make in the periphery of town versus this area, the central location seems to work pretty well, but yet we have pockets where it would be nice perhaps to have resources deployed elsewhere. And I'm just curious about that. And the other question I would have for you has to do with your run times. Run times that you quoted in that context, are they the same, better, not as good as they were in your previous report? Now that the city is growing peripherally, do you see that those run times have changed?
I don't have the 2019 in front of me, but I think they're just a few seconds off. I think these are
pretty close,
getting just a few seconds.
So city's growth so far hasn't materially affected your call times?
No.
Okay. So then if you could maybe comment on what the plan might be and what you've had on discussions about your EMS load in the area surrounding the current facility and what you might speculate that would play out in the study that we've commissioned. Do you have an expectation around that or not?
In the past, I always talked about, majority of our calls are within that mile around the fire station. And I always said it was about 63%. One thing I noticed this year, it's actually down to 55%. So I'm sort of thinking that our calls are starting to move out. I just noticed that this year, and we'll see how it plays out in the next year, but it'll be interesting to see, you know, one of the things that the consultant, when they come in, is looking at our call volume. They actually want 3 years of our past calls, CAD information from our dispatch center, and plug it into their system and see where the hot spots and stuff that are. So it'd be interesting what they get compared to what I have. And like I said, I think leading up to last year, all our calls were like 63 to 65% within that mile and quarter. And it's actually changed this year. It's down to about 55%. So that's just leading me to thinking that calls are starting to go out in the outer regions of the town.
And my last question is this, I may have missed it in your report, but if I did, you can just point me there, but I didn't see anything specifically. We have acquired some properties over around your current location on 16th Street with the anticipation that at some point that facility could be expanded. The study that you've commissioned may say something different. But I didn't find anything in the report relative to that, and we don't own all of the property necessary for your expansion over there. And so do you have any issues or thoughts relative to that? Should the study come back and say, that's a good centralized location. If we're going to do something, we should stay here because we don't own all that property yet.
Yeah, there's that one piece of property right between the two that we currently own. And I'm sort of anticipating that I think the consultant come back that keep this station and actually build a satellite station.
That's been in previous.
And that's my anticipation. That's what I'm sort of thinking, but it's still, if we're going to stay there, I'm still think that we still need to add on because we are actually hurting for space at that location.
And that was pointed out in comp plans in the past, the possibility of a satellite on eastern Fremont. And I know some of the residents have certainly called and said, it would really be nice to have something on the west side of the tracks now that we've not built the viaduct. And so I don't know whether the study will yield anything relative to that from a safety concern if we're looking for satellite locations, because those all have to be staffed.
And one of the things they'll probably be looking at station locations, call volume. They'll take the trains into consideration and staffing, and it'd be interesting how they actually compile all that information together and come back with their study.
Okay. And they'll use your report as a basis for a lot of that. So thank you
Yeah.
again for the report. I always find it interesting reading.
Councilman Sukram.
Yeah, Todd, how you doing? I was curious about the callbacks and how does that affect, has that affected being able to get where you need to be? Or how does that work? 'Cause I don't know how you guys work on that way.
On our callbacks, it's usually once the second call comes in, when a piece of apparatus leaving, the station's usually vacant. That's when we initiate a callback right away. And a lot of times it may take, depending on time of day, during the day, we may have people reporting to the station within 10 to 15 minutes. Also, one of the things that we're also seeing that's happening more is triple call runs coming in, where we get back-to-back runs. And a lot of these people responding to the callbacks are going on calls. And that's actually starting to pick up. There's been times, a rarity, where you get the fourth call. And that's when we're starting to page back both shifts. That's a rarity. It actually, probably about 8 years ago, we never had, very seldom had triple runs, but it's actually more frequent now than it has been.
So you're kind of anticipating maybe with this study that you're going to have to expand at some point in two places possibly?
I see it at some point. Yeah, we're going to have to expand staffing and station wise.
That number's high. I mean, I'm looking at the chart, the number's real high. You know, 2020, 200, was it 232 callbacks?
You know, as your call volume goes up, and that chance of having calls overlapping is also increasing.
Right, right. Thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Ganem.
No further questions, but just certainly a hearty thank you for all that you do for the community. And certainly we're glad that you're here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? I would take a motion to receive the fire department annual report. Councilman Jensen.
I will make the motion to receive the fire department annual report for 2020.
Councilman Yerger.
Second motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Thanks again, Chief, for all your hard work. All right, moving on. Item 27, Resolution 2021-040, approving the 2021 City of Fremont 1-year, 6-year street improvement plan. This time we'll have staff report. Go ahead, Dave.
Again, Dave Godikin, Director of Public Works. This is an annual item that myself and Mark Viladal, the street superintendent, put together. This is our forecast of roadway projects that we would like to do in the next 6 years. The city receives gas tax money from the federal government through the State Department of Transportation. One of the requirements is that we have to have a 1 and 6 year roadway plan showing proof, I guess, of what we are doing, have done, and are planning on doing. There's 3 parts to the 1 and 6. The first part is the 1-year plan, which is the projects we plan to do this year. There's the projects we did last year. And then the third part is the projects, what I call the out years, year 2 through 6, that we plan to do. The 1 and 6 is not a budget. It is not a CIP plan. It is a forecast, I guess, or a tool that we use to build our CIP for projects that we have coming up. The projects that are on the 1 and 6, you will see on the CIP that was approved. Some of these projects aren't on there, but will be included in the CIP that we will be preparing soon for the next budget cycle coming up. Going from that, I'll go into the projects. I'll start out with the projects. There's another part. There's a map in there that shows the location of the projects. The projects that are highlighted in red are the 1-year projects, and those in black are the out-year projects. The other part of the packet are a listing of projects that we're doing. So I'll start kind of at the end. It's projects that were done last year. The first project was a overlay of Bell Street from Linden Avenue to 23rd Street, Johnson Road South from Jack Sutton Drive to Morningside. Then we did a small drainage tube repair project on Bell Street that I included as well. That was in approximately 20th Street location. There was some private development on there that I included just to show what was done privately. The 1-year projects, Luther Road South, that's from Morningside to Samuel. That project began last year. They got closed down for the winter due to weather. The contractor probably will be coming in this week or next week to begin finishing up that project. 16th Street, Colson Avenue to Nye Avenue. That is a project we're designing right now for an asphalt overlay of that section. What I call the Tech Park, which is 29th Street and Lincoln Avenue. That project is out for bids right now. The Bell Street Viaduct from Cummings Street to the south base of the viaduct. There's some rehab work that needs to be done on that. The 23rd Street corridor signals. This is a line item to begin doing service work or repair work on those signals. What we would do is go in and replace all the wiring, the light heads, and the control boxes on those. We would do most likely 1 a year for the next coming years until we've got the signals on 23rd Street brought up to grade. And Johnson Road South, when we did that project last year, there was a segment of the railroad or at the railroad tracks. Now, due to it being on railroad property, we needed permits from the railroad to do that. So that project is in the hands of the railroad right now for their review, pending a permit. Once we get the permit, we'll take that project out for bid also. And then that last segment of Johnson Road that is gravel will be paved. Excuse me. The out year projects, just kind of hit the highlights of those. We're working on the Rawhide Creek Trail project. That one has been under design for some time. That is a federal aid project, so it has to go through all the federal processes. That project is designed, and it is in what they call the right-of-way stage right now, where they're negotiating with the property owners to purchase the right-of-way. Another project is Broad Street, or basically Highway 77 through town when the Southeast Beltway is constructed, which that's also in the one-year plan. I neglected to say that the Southeast Beltway is in the one-year plan, which is under construction right now. But when that project is complete, the state will relinquish, is the term they use, that roadway that is now Broad Street, that is also Highway 77, essentially from the river bridge north to the Highway 30 viaduct at the north end of town, and then it will be relinquished to us, Inglewood, and the county, the respective portions that are in those jurisdictions. So when they do that, they pay or do themselves a rehabilitation project to bring those roadways up to good condition. So in this case, we will do the design work on it, and then the state will pay us for the construction work. At that point, or at this point, I guess I would open it up for questions.
Not coming out of our roads fund, but that's actually being funded by LB 840. Is that correct?
Which project is that?
The Tech Park 29th Street in Lincoln.
I would leave that question for Jody.
No, that's correct, Dave. It's coming out of the LB.
Okay. Okay.
Anything else? Is it all, the rest of it all going to be funded by the street or the fuel tax?
I think, Dave, don't you have the total of the Southeast Beltway in there, and not all of that is city expense?
That is correct. The city's portion
Looking at the 1 year 2020
is less than that 60 million. Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Yerger.
I'd like to be clear on what you've listed when you say private development. Does that mean the costs associated with those private developers that have done work? Or does it also include the work that the city does within inside these private developments, or both? That's my first question.
The city doesn't do work inside, not roadway work at least. Now we do come back and we compensate them for the intersections and overwood streets, et cetera, things like that.
And cul-de-sacs?
Cul-de-sacs, yes.
So, but that's not in what you're showing it, or it is included in the private development because they're doing the work and we're going to get, or we did the work and we're going to get reimbursed for it?
No, the developers do they contract it out, they design it, they do everything themselves.
And then do we have to pay them for the cul-de-sac work?
Yes, they send us a statement of costs, and then we reimburse them for that cost.
Right, but those costs aren't listed in this list.
No, they are not. I mean, like I say, this is not necessarily a budgeting document. This is just a guide as to where we're going with our roadway system. And
I'm just trying to establish whether private development is a net number or just the developer's number, and doesn't reflect any reimbursements one way or the other. I just was curious.
Okay.
Back to Mr. Ellis's, Councilman Ellis's question about the Tech Park Lincoln 29th Street build. as being LB 840. And this may not be a question for you directly, maybe somebody else has to answer, but LB 840 original estimates for Tech Park development, that value was $700,000 and now it's $800,000, a 14% increase. I'm interested in understanding from you what your expectation is to the inflationary cost of something relative to street work when it comes to cost estimates that are multiple years old. What's this typical growth, especially in a COVID year, with your expectations of cost estimates that you've listed here for what it's going to cost the city?
When I look at
If you'd done this last year, with these amounts would have been less, I assume, and now they would be higher because we're a year later.
yes, yes. And like I said, this is not a budgeting document. It's just for us to give them a kind of a forecast, the state being them a forecast of what we're planning on spending on our roadways.
Right, I understand that. And you've told me before that these aren't in any priority order, the way you do this, because the state doesn't care about priority. I'm sort of here to tell you that from my perspective, because we'll be do capital planning on these eventually, it would be nice if these were somehow in priority order from the city's expectation, at least, because that would translate right into the capital plan discussion as to these are of higher priority to the city than these items, and at least we would have some inkling. This is just a random list. And because it's a random list, you know, as I look down through some of these, I have to actually question whether or not, because this was not approved by councils in the past, the 23rd and Jaeger intersection at $10 million, for example, the council failed to act on trying to solve the intersection problem there. And I'm kind of surprised that this continues to hit the list, unless it's just a way of holding $10 million in the expenditures, because Jaeger at 23rd Street would seem to be something that, unless Village Inn decides to tear itself down, is never going to get resolved the way we would want to do it. And at $10 million price tag, it's probably never worth doing. So at any rate, those are my comments. We're probably not going to change making this a priority list, but it would be helpful as we get into the CIP for these to start coming in advance of doing the CIP in some sort of priority order, so that we would be able to weigh in on some of these, because I would certainly think that some of these ought to move up from what you have on your list if this were a priority list. And are all the rehab projects for city streets also included in here? Are there any rehab projects as a part of the state tax money that's being used, or is that just all LB 840 rehab?
No, the rehab, it comes from local funds. But we're not required to put the rehab in our 1 and 6, because I guess considering that it's not full on construction, you don't typically put that in there.
Okay. And I would just report to you, I had calls from the people in my ward on First Street that would certainly like to see First Street and Bell Street elevated in priority, because it's in really bad shape in front of their houses. And in some sections, it's only, you can't even travel 15 miles an hour. I encourage you to take a look at that when we set priority for capital plan. Thanks.
Yep.
Any other questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? If there's none, I would take a motion to approve resolution 2021-040. Councilman Legband.
I make a motion to approve resolution 2021-040.
Councilman Sukram.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 28, resolution 2021-041 to place no parking signs on the south side of 9th Street for a distance of 30 feet west of the west right-of-way line of Lincoln Avenue. This time we'll have staff report.
Dave Godikin, Director of Public Works. One correction on this item, the resolution that is in the packet has a typing error on it. There is a reference to former Mayor Scott Getchman in there. versus the Mayor Stellerberg. That would need to be corrected or amended, I guess. This and the next resolution both have that oversight in them. Councilwoman Ganem pointed that out, and I appreciate that. This request for the stop signs at this intersection was made by a resident in the area, 4th Street and Union. It was currently, there's no stop signs there, and the request was for stop signs in the north and south direction. The committee went out, we looked at it, and we are recommending the stop signs be placed. Anytime you do a stop sign or a regulatory sign, it has to be approved by the city council by resolution.
Thank you, Dave. Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
I don't know if I have a question for staff, but do we need to receive this committee report before we start taking action on individual components of the report? We typically have received his report into the record, I guess.
Tyler?
Can I think in the past that I've had that, but we kind of had a discussion about it's part of the record because it's included in the packet. So receiving it into the record is kind of redundant. And so I kind of changed how I did that, but it's up to the council.
Well, we just did it for the fire department report, so I guess it
Yeah.
would seem appropriate for the
And you don't
traffic
need to do that
department.
either because it's already in the record. So we've done it historically, but you don't need to.
I'll make a motion to receive the document for the record.
Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of second. We're at comments from the public. No, we're at comments from council. Any comments from council? Councilman Yerger.
I don't have a specific comment, Dave, with regards to your request for parking, but it has to do with your traffic report, which I would have wanted to have received formally into the record, but now that it's not, I'm going to make my comment anyway. Several months ago in your traffic report, there was an item for First Street speeding that was petitioned by a number of signatures along First Street. It was originally looked at by the committee and then postponed for further study and review, and it has been months without any action coming back through the traffic committee and on their report, which is why I wanted this specifically recognized. And I'm wondering if you can comment at some point as to either tonight or in the future, when that item is coming back through the traffic committee, and
That's
we'll make
not
it on
the
your
agenda,
report.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
That's nice. Is that on the agenda?
Traffic report is, the traffic committee meeting report is on the agenda. And that's an item that should be a carryover item and should have been there month after month after month. It is not there. And I'm just asking, is it going to be part of the report in the future? I think it's relevant. It's not relevant to stop signs, but it is relevant to the report we just didn't receive into the record.
Do you want me to answer that or not?
Yes, I'd like an answer.
Dave,
as to-
just go ahead and answer it.
Okay, if you would like to call me, I could explain probably, I guess, a little more in depth on that. We have looked at that and I guess our plan is to put the counters out again in the spring. You can't put them out in the winter months due to the snow plows. So our plan is to place the counters again and see if we can't, isolate a more definitive answer for you on the speeders, because the first set that we set out did not indicate an excessive amount of speeding in that area.
I know private citizen speed gun records indicate that a lot of vehicles on that street, regardless of what your study showed, excess of 40 to 45 miles an hour on a regular basis twice daily, if not throughout the day. I would also ask that as a part of that review, you take into account that material that I sent you as other alternatives for controlling speed. I'd be interested in knowing what the cost of that equipment is. Thanks.
Is there any other comments from council in regards to resolution 2021-041? Seeing none, I take a motion in regards to this item. Councilman Jensen.
Motion to approve resolution 2021-041.
Councilman Legban,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 29, resolution 2021-042, authorizing placement of stop signs at the intersection of 4th Street and Union Street in the northbound and southbound directions. This time we'll have staff report.
That's the one we just discussed. Is it not?
No, nope, we just discussed no parking signs on the south side of 9th Street.
You did. He elaborated on that stop sign in his first staff report.
Okay.
Did I get them switched around?
No, you talked about both.
You did? Okay.
Okay.
Any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to resolution 2021-042. Councilman Yerger,
Make a motion to approve resolution 2021-042.
Councilman Legban,
And I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Thank you. Moving on to item 30, ordinance 5563, approving sale of the Tech Park property to Brian Levender to operate body shop business. This would be for first reading. We'll have staff report.
Mayor, City Council, Brad Newton, City Administrator. You can see, we do have the, everything we need on this one. So the survey's been done. The plat has been done. So we're actually starting, rarely, we're starting with everything being done on this one. Mr. Levender is online. He proposes to buy the 2 lots just adjacent to McGinn's. You can see he wants, well, I should say that he wants to buy the first lot on 29th Street with an option to purchase the one behind him is the next agenda item, because he's thinking about buying that. He just wants to lock that in for a little bit. And so he proposes to build a body shop there. So, you know, starting on the corner, we'll have McGinn's, then a body shop, and then a daycare, and then Signal 88. And so I think it's a good mix of businesses in there. I'd answer any questions. And this is our typical purchase agreement. There's nothing unique about this one.
Thank you. Any questions for
Except for
staff?
the option.
Councilman Yerger,
Well, I have some questions with regards to placement. Section 11-50403 covers major audit repair services, which this is going to be classified as, I think, under UDC code. And as a result, there are some conditions in that code that I don't believe, and I hope that the potential buyer is looking at, but I don't believe that this property is going to afford that specific activity at that specific location. And I am concerned because of that, not only with the access that's required, but it's right next door to the daycare that they're putting in. And 11-504 is going to address neighboring properties and parking and noise. It's also going to address outside storage capabilities. And there are several things in code in the UDC that I hope the buyer is aware of. I made several comments with regards to the purchase that was done by Mr. McGinn in the original 4 lots that he purchased, as to there are UDC codes that could create some problem for him. And I know his attorney said we'll do due diligence and figure it out on our own. Thank you very much. I'm only offering and asking the city administrator if in discussing this with the buyer, you had any discussion about UDC provisions in 11-50403.
Not that particular provision, but Mr. Levender knows that he's applied for conditional use because the body shop has to be conditionally granted in that tech park. So
Yeah, it's conditional use. He has to access on a collector street, which 29th Street is not and likely won't be. He's neighboring a daycare. which could be problematic, and outside storage requirements, fences and walls or landscaping are all part of the requirements for that type of a business in this particular area. I just hope that he's advised of all of those when you discuss the purchase of the property with him.
So,
Mr. Levender, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, can you hear me all?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Brian Levander with Levander's Body Shop. We're in 8 communities across Nebraska, varying in size from St. Paul, Nebraska, down to all the way up to Omaha, Nebraska. We have locations in similar city sizes as Fremont, in Hastings, and in North Platte would be comparable sizes to the Fremont area. We are very, if you go look on our website, we have very clean, nice facilities that are kept up well. We have great pride in that. We do know some of the challenges in the technology park as far as zoning, and we are working through that with Brian. He's been very helpful on that fact, and we would just be looking for that conditional use permit, which our last location we just opened in Seward, Nebraska. We got conditional use in their technology park also. So we have quite a good track record across Nebraska with multiple communities, and I'd encourage anyone that has questions about that to reach out to any of those communities. And I'm open to any questions that the council may have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, is there any comments from the public? Is there any comments from council? If there's none, I would entertain a motion to introduce and hold first reading of ordinance 5563. Councilman Legban.
I make a motion to hold first reading of ordinance 5563.
Councilman Coons.
I'll second that motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-1, Mayor.
We'll now have first reading.
An ordinance pertaining to the sale and conveyance of real estate owned by the city of Fremont, Nebraska to Brian Levender pursuant to Nebraska law.
Thank you. 31, motion to approve option agreement for a lot in the city's tech park with Brian Levender. I think we covered that, but go ahead.
We did cover it. You can continue this until you do the final read if you'd like. I just want to make sure that you are aware of that he is asking for a option to purchase the lot right immediately behind him on the north there. You know, this section also has a first right of refusal. So if somebody would come along and offer to buy it from the city, he has to match that or say no. So city's covered.
So your recommendation is to continue
If you wanna
until
continue it until we-
contingent
On the final read.
on final reading. Okay. Councilman Yerger.
I would make a motion to accept staff's recommendation.
Councilman Gibson,
I'll second that motion.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
All right, moving on, item 33. This is a council member Yerger item, receipt and discussion of February DCHS sheltering and animal control report. This time we'll have a report from council member Yerger.
Yes, and I just would like to say we've been receiving and should have been receiving these reports all along with regards to putting them in the public record. I do realize that administration has started posting up on the website. So these reports are available electronically to the public outside of council, but not having an opportunity to discuss these reports in council session, I think still says that we should bring these before council as the police department used to do years ago, gives us an opportunity to discuss them. And one of the reasons for doing that today with regards to the DCSH report is that this is the same report that we've been getting for the last several months. Actually, it's the same report we've been getting for the last several months with even less information than we used to get. And because it doesn't even show the number of animals that are in facility. And now that we're going through transition to a new provider of service, not knowing how many animals in facility is a real, it's a strange way to operate, I guess. And we did ask that we gather that information. Apparently they must have declined to give it to us. And we haven't forced the issue to get the total account. In a few weeks, we're going to be fulfilled on moving to a new source of sheltering and animal control. And I don't know about rest of council, but I'm really interested in knowing how many animals do they have? And apparently people, the public can't get in to even adopt. We haven't sent anybody out to evaluate and determine whether there are animals to transfer. And that just seems to leave us in an untenable way. So for those reasons, I definitely wanted this in the council discussion tonight. And I'm interested in knowing whether any other council members share my concerns about now not knowing how many animals are there.
Or any other council comment? Councilman Gibson.
Councilman Yerger, this is a very emotional, and I'm with you. I at one time went out there and counted over 45 dogs and about that many cats, which is way more than that Ken was supposed to handle. But the attitude of the people that run it was absolutely deplorable and actually just asking to leave. So I'm with you 100%. Something needs to be done. So whatever this council decides on, I'm for. Like I said, it's an emotional item. Everybody's thinking about it. Everybody's talking about it in town. You know, everybody's got dogs and cats are very important to us. And they need to be handled correctly. And we need to have an ordinance that controls that. Thank you.
Any other comments from council? Are there any comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont. I cannot imagine we're going to continue to have administration tell you where the animals are going to go and not go. You have animals that are being sheltered there now. Where are they going to go once that contract is no longer in existence? I'm not comfortable saying that those animals that are in there now are the property of Dodge County Humane Society. I'm crying bull on that one. Our responsibility is to the citizens. That's your responsibility now. It is an emotional subject. There are animals still, for whatever reason, that have been taken there after we've already given that contract to Forever Homes for sheltering and Police Assist on animal control. Why is that? Where is your involvement as council members? City administrator shouldn't be making your decision and saying, you know what, at the end of the month, if they haven't taken any more in by that last week, you're going to keep them. That's not right. Where do those animals come from? This crappy report that has been getting received, and we have asked again and again from our city administration to get a better report, still has not been produced. There is nothing in here that you guys have received or that I received for 4 years that will tell you there are this many animals in this facility. This is what we had at the first of the month. This is what we have at the end of the month. We have no idea how many have been vetted. You still don't know if any of them have seen a vet. Do any of you know how many animals are in that facility today? I would challenge that none of you do. You're not allowed in there. Why is that? This report isn't worth the paper it was printed on. It hasn't been for a long time. We've asked for more, we've gotten nothing. We've asked for more, we've got nothing. You've got a city administrator who's making your deals and making bad financial decisions on the sale of real estate. And you've got a city administrator making the decisions for you that the council needs to be taken. And this includes the animals. This has been broken for a long time. What happens to the animals at the end of this contract? It terminates itself in just a few weeks. Where are those animals going to go? It should be able to be proven where these animals were picked up at. They're in city limits, they need to be transferred over. They are not the property of Dodge County Humane Society. They're the property of the citizens where they came from. They came from Scribner or Hooper or Snyder or outside the county, outside your 2-mile jurisdiction. Then I guess we don't have the right to ask for them back. If it's within Fremont and the 2-mile, they need to be transferred so they can get adequate care and find homes for these animals. Thank you.
Ray on Zoom. Your hand is raised.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I just wanted to say that maybe you guys need to check with your legal team and have him check into things because technically, you guys as the city own them animals that are at DCHS because DCHS never obtained their rights to run as a rescue separately from the city. So you guys own those animals. They're your animals in there, and you guys got to do something about them because those animals that are currently in there, is it fair to them to end up either on the streets or dead or whatever because of the timing of all the changes in animal control and everything? Probably not. So it's up to you guys to go out there and count how many animals and get our legal to do something and understand the fact that you guys own the animals, not DCHS, because DCHS never reserved their right to run as a rescue. They are running as a contract with the government. Thank you.
Second, Councilman Yerger.
Second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 34, Councilmember Yerger item, receipt and discussion of February Forever Home Sheltering and Animal Control Report. This time we'll have report from Councilman Yerger.
Yes, I put this on the agenda similarly for the same purpose as the last one. This is the first report coming from Forever Home. And I thought it was interesting to see the level of detail that's contained in this report versus the report we just reviewed. And as I understand it, this is only her preliminary report for the first month, that this isn't necessarily all that we're going to get to see going forward, which will be a godsend based on what we used to see and what she's willing to provide. So I see that the Forever Home representatives are here in the audience, and I would entertain having them come and address their report to us tonight as to what you're looking at and what you're seeing currently and what you might see in the future as this report continues to perhaps be modified in future months. So anyway, I would welcome that in. I have some other comment, but I first would welcome comments from Forever Home.
Yeah, we'll open public comment. Go ahead.
You don't have to do anything. Don't unmute it.
Did I get it okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, mute it again, please.
Oh.
Get back to. Yeah, just use this mic.
Oh, okay, perfect. I see you guys fixed that for me. Anyway. So, as Brad stated, there is a little bit more reporting that we'll add as we move forward. This first sheet can be kind of confusing. I was hoping it was pretty explanatory with the spreadsheets that we attached with it.
you can see the first couple of numbers are how many dogs and cats started out at the beginning of the month. And then the intake is broken down by age and reason. And then there are a few outcomes that happen. There are live outcomes, and then there are some other outcomes. And that is also broken down by age. You should be able to take our starting numbers, add the total of the intakes, subtract our outcomes, and then you get how many animals that we had at the last day of the month. The other sheet that I am working on is I had needed some clarification as to the sale of microchips. That is one thing that's required with our reporting. We're a little unique in that we host nail trim and microchipping events once a month. And so I needed to clarify if we were to report how many we sold because of animal control duties, maybe we were microchipping lost pets as they were claimed by owners, or if you wanted to know exactly how many microchips we were selling a month. I think we narrowed down that we will, for right now, just report how many of those were taken care of within the lost and found operations of the animal control contract. I will have another spreadsheet that includes that total sold. I realize that in the past, this has been presented to the city council per microchip number. I am not wanting to provide that microchip number. I would prefer to provide total number of microchips sold because of animal control operations. That microchip number is like the VIN on your vehicle, your social security number. So I would prefer to not publicly display that. So that was something else. And then I cannot remember what other number you had asked me about on the phone the other day. But we were also going to include that on the spreadsheet. And it might just be a summary as far as I can't remember. I think it was, it had something to do with the intake numbers, and we already summarized at the bottom of those spreadsheets how many came in as stray or large and transferred in and relinquished by owner. But there will be one more summary spreadsheet that we'll add to this, and that will maybe just kind of capture what the calls are looking like as to what percentage of the calls coming in might be actually stray at large, or if they're barking dog calls or things like that. So we're looking at adding more of a summary spreadsheet to all of this.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any questions for Deb?
I had one. You asked what was one of the other things that might have been included here. In the reports that we used to get back in 2016, every animal that came into facility was assigned a reference number. Therefore, they were identifiable not only by breed or date entered, et cetera. They had a number. It's dog such and such or cat such and such, and you can track them through your systems. And that's what they were doing originally at the Humane Society years ago, so as a way to electronically track these dogs through operations. And I think maybe that's the one that, you know, you may have in your system that could be reported. It's just a tracking tool, because typically these dogs may or may not have names and they don't necessarily have owners, but they have an assigned reference number so that we know how long those specific animals have been in facility, whether it's been days or weeks or whatever.
Yes.
And that's helpful. So I think that might have been the missing piece.
Okay, and I did look back, and this report does print out, it's called the Pet Established ID. It's the one column and all the numbers start with P like Paul, S like Sam, and then there's a number. And so that's their in-shelter identifier. And then I also want to see if you look at the outcome report, I thought it was included on there, but one of these reports should show you how many days. Yes, average length of stay. So, and do understand that these reports are including our rescue operations too. So we aren't necessarily taking these animals in just under animal control. So when you see some of these that are at 9 months, might have been a little bit harder to adopt. And then it will go in and tell you how many days they were actually in the facility before they waited for an outcome.
And I don't know if it's possible for your system to indicate by some sort of marker or whatever, what might be animals that you take in through the city's contract under animal control sheltering versus those that you take in for other purposes. But it might be helpful for overall tracking if someone is looking at your statistics.
It actually does. What we started doing is if they came in, if you look at the pet's name, if it has AC in front of it, that is an animal control or an animal that we took in based on the animal control services.
Okay, great. And my whole reason really for having Deb explain what she is doing and what she's willing to give us, I think is a stark contrast to what we've been experiencing for some time with regards to trying to get information with regards to this. So I kudos to Forever Home for giving us something to work with. As I understand things, their reports will tie in to dispatch as well. So there'll be a check and balance with regards to animals that are secured through animal control and sheltered. So that'll be very valuable information to us going forward. The other thing that I would point out, and I pointed it out earlier in the claims, Forever Homes has already performed 26 animal controls calls in the month of February, according to dispatch. 19 of those apparently were self-initiated. I understand that to mean Forever Homes got the call.
Right.
And performed the animal control at this juncture. And 7 of those were referred from dispatch.
Right.
But that you handled all of those calls. Is that correct?
Mhm.
And you did so without charging the city.
Correct.
Just wanted the council to understand what's transpiring here in the interim first month and what we're getting for what we're paying for. Thank you.
And if I can be allowed, I wanted to clarify, us not charging for AC rates for the month of February was to help our staff get some experience taking those calls. And we have multiple reports that our staff are to fill out. The call log, I think he's referring to, is something I submit to the police department once a week, and it's a summary of the calls that week. So anytime you see an animal on here with an AC in front of their name, that should be able to be tied to the call report we're submitting to the police department. And so there's a lot of forms that the staff are having to fill out. There's a lot of software that they're getting used to. And so I had asked that we be called as frequently as possible, one, in an effort to help out the police department with some of that traffic. And then also so the staff could get used to those reports. So.
Councilman Legvan.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you again for this report and all the information. It is great and very much appreciated. So I would like to make a motion to receive.
None, second that.
Councilman Gibson, second. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Next item is Councilmember Yerger item, executive session for update on threatened and potential and active litigation.
Yes, and at this time, I'd like to make a motion to move to go into executive session for an update on threatened potential and active litigation for the further reason that the executive session is necessary for the protection of the public interest.
Councilman Legvan.
Yeah, I had a question first. Legal, is there anything for us to discuss tonight?
For my purposes, no, I don't have anything.
So why are we going to executive session?
I'd like to explain that if I can, because I'm the one.
Definitely don't want to speak about specific issues. If it,
Or- Councilwoman Ganem.
I second the motion.
A motion has been made and seconded to go into executive session for update on threatened potential and active litigation and for the further reason that the executive session is necessary for the protection of the public interest. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the pending motion is to go into executive session for update on threatened potential and active litigation for the further reason that the executive session is necessary for the protection of the public interest. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-2.
A motion to go into executive session for update on threatened potential and active litigation and for the further reason that the executive session is necessary for the protection of the public interest has been approved. Discussion will be limited to a strategy session for update on threatened and potential and active litigation. No official actions or votes will be taken. Time is now 10:51. We will proceed to the conference room.
Make the motion to come out of executive session.